Welcome to the National Stadium for the Windwards Volcanoes Intra-Squad battle between Orange and Green. It's the first of two matches this weekend as we witness the first delivery. We can tell you that the matches would feature 14 contracted players of the Windwards Volcanoes. They're actually 13 because Preston McSween, he's off on international duties with the West Indies team. It's also have a host of other development players and players who are on trials basically to make the Windwards Volcanoes squad for the upcoming West Indies Super 50 tournament. Two evenly balanced team, and it should be some interesting cricket over the next 2 days here. And we can tell you a bit of the squads as we witness a short pitch delivery there from Sherman Lewis, actually a no ball. So the a free hit and one more run to the batsman. That would have been Kavim Hodge. We can tell you a bit of the squads. Volcanoes Green, they won the toss and they elected to field. And the squad includes Emmanuel Stewart, who is doing wicket-keeping duties, Jamal James, Teddy Bishop, Sunil Ambris, who is the captain. He's one of those white ball contracted players for Cricket West Indies. Kieran Kotoy, John L. Eugene, Ryan John, Sherman Lewis, Larry Edward, Nicholas Redhead, and Dylan John. For the Volcanoes Orange, and that was a free hit there to Milias. He gave himself a bit of room, George, and basically a free hit, and he dispatched it over backward point for a mighty six.
Easily done. Well executed. I think he gave himself some room and did justice to that delivery outside the off stump. And he's a type of player that takes pride in hitting those sort of up.
A very aggressive, expansive opening batsman, and he doesn't need a second invitation to hit out, and that was really a free hit, and he dealt with it accordingly. That's 5 wides down the leg side there from Sherman Lewis. Not a good start. First of all, no ball. Then the free hit dispatch over backward point for 6, and now one down the leg side, evading keeper Emmanuel Stewart. 5 more runs. So from two legal deliveries, it's 14 already on the board. So not the start that Volcanoes Green would have been wanting after winning the toss and electing to field.
Oh, definitely not. I think there is something in the wicket for the bowlers, and Lewis hasn't hit his mark as yet. I think it's probably just, rustiness, but at this stage he should be getting it right.
That's a nice shot there from Milias. Not trying to be a carried away with the moment. That one just pitch up aside the off stump from Lewis. Come forward, pushes it in the gap between the two fielders, between backward point and extra cover. Easy single to get off the strike. Milias, as we said, is a very attractive, expansive batsman, and it's all about whether he can build an inning for a long period of time. So shots like these certainly says that he has intentions of batting for long periods.
Oh, definitely. I think one of his strong points is definitely expansive. And we'll definitely see how he does today.
And as we see, Lewis again continues to struggle with the line. This time pitch on just about the leg stump, carrying away from the right-handed batsman. Down the leg side, Emmanuel Stewart this time was able to come around and collect it. So not really the start that Lewis would want, and he'd be wanting to tighten up very quickly.
Yeah, he's trying to bowl a lot straight, but a little too straight into the batsman and carrying the ball down the leg side.
As we go through the lineup for the Volcanoes Orange, we have Kimani Milias, Kavim Hodge, who is captain in the team. We also have Roland Cato, Alec Athanase, Kevin Stout, Dylan Douglas, Taj Tavine, he's a wicket keeper. We have Asif Hooper, Darryl Cyrus, Ray Jordan, and Obed McCoy. I think at this stage we see another delivery there. Shot Hodge on the back foot, pulling over mid wicket, and Lewis really up and down in this over, not really hitting the right links earlier on. Short delivery, tested out the middle of the wicket, set up nicely for Hodge to rock back on the back foot and pull quite comprehensively over the mid-wicket fielder for another boundary. Lewis really, he's really ragged at the start of the inning. 19 runs so far, and we're still in over number 1.
Yeah, pretty bad start by Lewis.
And it just keeps getting worse. Another no ball. Is that the second for the over?
Yes, it is.
Oh my goodness! And it's a free hit coming up.
he has been having some of those difficulties bowling no balls. I know he has been working. I know he has been working on that. So it's not nice to see the first over 2 no balls already on a good wicket. I think the bowlers have a lot to do on this wicket to keep a good tight area. Anything loose, I think the batsman will take very good advantage of that.
Ended up being uneventful, a free hit delivery offering to Hodge. Just pitched on a good length outside the off stump. Hodge went back and he probably just had second thoughts. He left it to alone to be collected by wicketkeeper Emmanuel Stewart. So after 1 over, it's 20 without loss after 1 over in the Windwards Volcanoes Intra-Squad matches. We can tell you that today is actually the 3rd match in those practice games, intra-squad matchup. Actually, we had 2 previous matches between the orange and the green team. And the matches this weekend, today and tomorrow, will be broadcast live. So the fans throughout Grenada and the Windward Islands can have an opportunity to see their players compete for spots on the Windwards Volcanoes team. So it's really an important opportunity for all the players involved to put on an impression that can gain them considerations for the Windwards Volcanoes squad for the Super 50 early in the new year.
Yeah, I think it's great for cricket and great for the fans to actually see their players and loved ones perform. And it's good for Windward Islands at the same time, where we can really broadcast, regionally and internationally, the talents that we have, and the guys get the opportunity to showcase what they have.
Yeah, so Ryan John will take up the action. This delivery pitched outside the off stump, angling into the batsman. Hit probably, is it outside the off stump? I think it'll be hit a bit too high.
Umpire's call.
Yeah.
It looked good. Probably marginally going above the stump. Probably have that television review, and that would probably give us a better idea as to the situation. But I think it probably would hit him just above the knee roll, and the umpire would have given the batsman the benefit of the doubt. But Ryan in his first delivery on mark, and creating a stall already with his first delivery.
Oh yes, he had Milius in a bit of uncomfortable position there. This one, he follows up with one outside the off stump, angling away from the batsman. So the first one came in a bit. This one held its line and moved away slightly from the right-handed opening batsman. So Ryan John mixing it up quite early. And Ryan, he would have played cricket, some competitive cricket recently, because he would have participated in the VC Premier League 2.0. I think his team, Salt Pond Breakers, would have made it all the way to the final. So he has some competitive cricket under his belt. So that should do him his confidence quite well. And Milius just guides that one towards the backward point region, where there is no addition to the score. So quite an uneventful over as compared to the first over, where we had 20 of the first and 3 deliveries, no runs. So I think the captain, Ambrose, would be feeling much better with proceeding so far in this over.
Yeah, it's a good comeback by the green team. Ryan hitting the areas as you should as a fast bowler, opening ball, and pulling back some confidence into the team.
And the batsman, they call for 2 with 1 squeeze onto the onside the fielder there. That's make it to be Teddy Bishop coming off the long leg. Is that Bishop? Coming off the long leg boundary. He wasn't able to reach to it quickly, so it's quite sensible batting there from the openers from the Windwards Orange. Not looking to be ultra aggressive, but looking to hit the gaps and run the singles and put some runs on the scoreboard.
Yes, but that one's just angling to the batsman. But an easy 2 runs.
Oh my goodness, that is a glorious shot from Milius. Pitched up outside the off stump from Ryan John. He just eased onto the front foot and lifted over the fielder there at extra cover. All the fielders in the circle could have done was just to admire that shot, sail over the head. One bounce into the boundary for four, and Milius certainly in a no nonsense mood early on here at the National Stadium.
Well, that's his cup of tea. He loves hitting those shots over cover and in those areas, and that's the beauty of his batting. Shot selection so far is pretty well, and I think he's setting up himself for a good score.
Quite correctly, and you know he's one of those talented batsmen we have around the region. He's a former captain of the West Indies under 19 team, and he's certainly looking to make a statement in these matches and the upcoming tournament for the Windwards Volcanoes.
Oh yes, definitely, and a bright future for the Windward Islands at the same time. Um, just think that he needs to just work a little bit more, and like I said, his shot selections so far, um, he hasn't been getting much good starts, but today definitely um, has started really well, and hope he can continue, and not just continue, but continue big for his team.
Yes, we see the end of the second over. After 2 overs, it's 27 without loss, and Sherman Lewis looks like he will resume the attack from the southern end, certainly looking to put on deliver a much better over than his first would have, which would have gone for I make it 20 in the first over. And on the point of Milius, in the two previous matches leading up to today, he would have scored 4 and 21.
Yeah.
So he's certainly on track to better those performances. Much better delivery there from Sherman Lewis. Pitch on a good length outside the off stump coming into the batsman. He squared up a bit, took the outside edge down to the third man region, and Sherman certainly hitting the right spot with the delivery. And it's just a matter of continuing, repeating it. And as we know in limited overs cricket, it's just about putting the ball in the right spot where they can contain. And if you contain these type of batsmen for a long period of time, eventually they look to do something different, and you can force a mistake and pick a wicket.
Yes, I think Sharma will definitely come back better in this over. Like I said, at his first over, but as a professional that he is, should have been a lot more tighter in his first over. But I expect him to come back in this over, hitting his areas like he did in the first 2 balls, and being more consistent in that area, and possibly, getting a wicket or two.
Yeah, Lewis certainly one of this has the distinction of being the fifth Grenadian to play Test cricket. He'd have played a couple of Test matches for the West Indies, so he certainly has the talents and the experience at this level. And it's all about getting the mechanics right and putting in a good performance for his team here today.
Yes, and well, I can see that he's trying now to, probe that just outside the off stump area, inviting Hodge and Milius to play those expansive shots and possibly getting caught in slip, or probably just in cover where he has 2 fielders in.
Oh, not a nice delivery there from Lewis. Certainly, I think he would have hit his strides in this over. The 4 deliveries has been quite well pitched. Good length deliveries. This one pitched just on about the off stump coming into the batsman, and all he could have done is to offer for a defensive shot where Lewis was able to intersect. So as we see the conditions are a bit starting to get a bit overcast. We see some heavy grey clouds over the hills of River Road. So we hoping that it is just passing conditions and it doesn't threaten us for any duration of the day.
Yeah, beautiful one. That one hit just outside off stump and swung away, and but Hodge was well able to cover his stumps and didn't play a shot at that. Was really covered in that delivery.
Yes, and quite a decent over so far. It's the final delivery, and I think you'd want to finish strong and keep it quite simple. And one just something about the middle stump push towards mid on. They scamper through quickly for a single. So the end of a tidy over there from Shaman Lewis. 29 without loss after 3 overs. And you know, we've been talking about the fast bowlers and it's putting good performances because when you look at the fast bowlers on display for these matches, it's certainly a high level of quality of fast bowling in the Windward Islands. And I would not want to be in the position of the selectors to have to select the final squad in terms of the component of fast bowlers, because when you're just looking at the lists, we have those contracted players such as Josh Thomas, who is not in. He was scratched at the last minute due to a little niggle. We also have Dylan John. He's a development player from St. Lucia. We have the likes of Ray Jordan and Oben McCoy out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and you know what the qualities are.
Yeah.
Nicholas Redhead, also one of those development players. He's been bowling quite well. Ryan John, well, more often in terms of bowling all around there, so he'll be in consideration. But if the Windwards to select 3 or 4 frontline fast bowlers, I think it would be.
Yes, definitely.
And we still haven't even mentioned the name Preston McSween, who we think would certainly be one of the first names on the team list.
Of course.
So it's really competition for those fast bowling spots. Oh my goodness, that is a beautiful shot there from Hodge. Shot delivery from Ryan John. The wicket not offering much in terms of pace-wise. Hodge was just able to rock back and cream that over the square region for 6. So it's certainly good conditions of batting outside there. We've seen some expansive shots. The ball is coming through a bit and the batsmen are they're enjoying themselves.
Well, that is Hodge's pet shots. He loves to pull, and he's a good puller of shot deliveries. And like I said, this wicket, you have to be on point, and you have to be very, very, very accurate. Otherwise, you will be going for a lot of runs today.
Yeah, and the field that what you see being set for Ryan John, as you see, witness another no ball there. So the free hit still will still be in effect for the next delivery. We see the 2 fielders out is that would be Teddy Bishop down at the long leg position, and we have a fielder down a third man, so it's certainly not a field to be bowling a shot 2. Not much protection as we see some changes happening for Milius. We see the fielder that's Nicholas Redhead. He's being dispatched to the long on boundary towards mid wicket. So we have long on and mid wicket back. So I think Ambrose is expecting Milius to look to go a bit after John in this over, as we see the 2 boundary riders on the leg side being dispatched and everybody up on the offside.
Yeah, I think the suggestion was that Ryan was probably going to bowl another slower delivery, or he was going to go in short. So took some defensive measures in bringing back the long on and the deep mid wicket, just in case, for security, or at least at the same time to prevent any boundary from being scored.
Yeah, and it's probably inviting Milius to hit more over the offside. We saw he hit a beautiful shot previous over extra cover. But he tends to favor the leg side a bit, so they offering protection in his favorite area.
Yeah, I think on this wicket, you need to do something with the ball, and at the same time, you need to be in that good-ish area, probably just about 4 meters, in front of the batsman, and having them to play, probably tucking them up a bit and not letting them free their arms, because it looks like probably a 260, 270 wicket. And a batsman may have their way today on this wicket. It looks really, really good from this end.
Oh, quite certainly easy going so far for the batsman in over number 4. And Ryan is able to sort of rebound quite nicely to deliveries, which was at the off stump. Hodge just playing, within himself and not looking to really put too much pressure.
Yeah, well, I think Hodge has, definitely he looks a lot easy at the wicket, well defensive to the deliveries that Ryan has bowled, but I guess based on the field setting, Hodge will definitely have the mindset that Ryan is going to keep that ball just outside Austin so he can, yeah,
And it's quite tightly packed offside ring. We see that we have I make it to be Kotoy, who is in the backward point region.
yeah,
In front of point, we have Larry Edwards, and we have John L. Eugene, who is in the extra cover region. So those three fielders are there, quite compact together, and when the bowler is in his stride, you see that they almost creeping into the batsman. So it's showing that they're quite aggressive in the field and looking to put some pressure into the batsman, and he knows he has to hit it well to dissect those three fielders.
yeah. Yeah, and that's the area you would want to bowl more consistently, inviting the batsman to play on the up or forcing them to play a shot that is not accustomed to their liking, inviting them to force something off the wicket and not really giving them free hits. But it's really, really difficult. The bowlers have to be very tight and very focused on that spot to really restrict those batsmen here today.
Oh, loose shot there from Emilius. I think he saw that one outside the off stump with a bit of width. He eyes lit up a bit, but he was not able to make any connection. As we said, those three fielders, they're quite close together. They would have certainly be looking to pounce on anything that was misplaced off the bat of Milius. So it's the end of another over. 4 overs gone, and after a 40 without loss in the Windwards Volcanoes intra-squad match between Volcanoes Green and Orange here at the National Stadium.
Yes, Kerry. It would be very interesting to see how the batsmen make use of this wicket. Certainly, I would have seen that the intention of the Volcanoes Green is to really keep a tight line outside the off stump. If you realize Ryan did not bowl an in swinger or probably one in that last over, and Sherman has consistently been nagging at that just outside the off stump, goodish length. So I think they re-strategized their plan, and they're hoping now to really punks into this Volcanoes Orange team.
Yes, and very good delivery there by Lewis. He had the batsman comprehensively beaten. Hodge will say he saw it all the way through and he pulled out, but I think you have to give the benefit of the doubt on this occasion to the bowler, who very good delivery coming to the batsman, and he had to play at it. And just a bit too wide of the off stump from Lewis. Not too pleased with the decision, but I think certainly he was pitched out just about outside the off stump, and he kept moving away, and I think it's a fair decision by umpire Matt.
Well, I would disagree, actually, Kerry. I think it was just in line with the restricted area of your line as a bowler, and I think definitely Lewis would have been disappointed, and me as a fast bowler would have been disappointed likewise.
Yeah, I think the Fast Bowlers Club, as a member of member of the Fast Bowlers Club, Troy George, you'd certainly be seeing it from the perspective of Sherman Lewis.
Well, of course, but I definitely thought that it held it line, and then it was probably inside. But like I said, the umpire would have a better eye in seeing where the delivery actually ended up. And but like I said, Sherman Lewis, after his first over, has definitely come back, pretty well, and as the bowler that he is accustomed to.
Oh my goodness, that is outstanding there from Sunil Ambris. That one was short and wide outside the off stump. Hodge put some effort into it. It right to Ambris there in the backward point region, and he was able to, with the most elegant manner, get down and stop it. He seems to be wincing in a bit of pain, but I think the pride of stopping a certain boundary from Hodge will soothe the pain just a bit.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, and
this one did not get away though.
Oh, certainly. This one short and wide, and it went to the left of Larry Edwards there in the backward point region. And he was able to beat Larry Edwards and also beat Nicholas Redhead on the boundary. Certainly not good bowling there from Lewis. He got away with the previous one, and he served up another short delivery. And batsmen at this caliber, they would not look to make the mistake twice. The first time he found the fielder, this time he was able to evade the second of the two backward point fielders.
And that's the caliber of a good batsman. Playing a little bit in front of point, the first one, and then playing a little later, and that's you get an opportunity second time and you make proper use of it.
Oh, most certainly. And he just lost his line there a bit. Sherman Lewis. This one clipped off towards the backward point region there, and that's 2 more runs. So it's quite easy batting here for the batsmen. They seem not to be on phase a bit. There are 1 or 2 deliveries that, just doing a little bit, but so far it's been nice conditions to bat under. Though it's overcast, it's not hot, and as we said, there are some dark clouds seem to be skipping across the ground, offering not much threat of rain at the moment. And it's nice, quite cool conditions, both to bat and to bowl, but I think the batsmen, they're quite enjoying it at the moment.
Ah, beauty.
Yeah, so Lewis, he ends another over. After 5, it's 47 without loss. 47 without loss after 5 overs. And it's important that the green team now able to sort of pull in that run rate, because it's just over 9.5 runs and over. No wicket is down. 2 opening bowlers, they putting in through their efforts, but Ambrose will certainly be looking for a breakthrough to see if they can get a new batter at the crease, so to sort of gain some control of proceedings.
Yes, and it's a good start, actually a brilliant start by the Volcano Orange. Like I said, it's a good wicket to bat on, and I think Hodge would definitely love this opportunity. Looks like he could probably go on to score a big one, but who is to tell? Maybe the Volcano Green have a different viewpoint in how to counteract this expansive and brilliant start by the Volcano Orange. I see Captain Ambrose and Ryan John has been speaking for a while, maybe just a little change in strategy, how they would go about trying to curb this leakage of runs and possibly get a wicket.
Yeah, we see Dylan John, who is close to us here on the far side, into some stretches as Ryan John sets another over. So he's one of the options that Ambrose has to call upon to make his contribution with the ball. And quite a few bowlers in the attack. You have the likes of Larry Edwards, the left-arm orthodox spinner out of St. Lucia. He's one of the Windwards Volcanoes contracted players. We also have Kieran Cotoy, leg spinner from St. Vincent. So they have quite a balanced bowling attack in terms of bowling options. So Ambrose would not be shy to ring in those changes to seek to get a breakthrough. And even Ambrose does quite a bit of bowling too, so he has quite a few options up his sleeve.
Yeah, but at this stage, I think that he would probably keep with the fast bowlers. I think that there is still something in the wicket. It's just that they need to get it in the right areas more consistently. Like the first 2 deliveries in John's third over, is it?
Yeah, that's the start of the third over. Second delivery in the third over, yes.
And Ryan John is a very thoughtful bowler. He sees what the batsman is intending to do, and he works around it to curve and to better himself as a fast bowler.
And that was a good delivery there from John, the batsman coming forward as Milius. This year, I think we heard about 2 songs there, so probably bat onto pad and ball onto bat at the same time, and the ball was able to trickle down to the fielder, third man, they crossed for a single. So that's a sort of length and line that John would be looking to hit more often than not, having the batsman in some difficult position and asking him to make some tough decisions. Yes,
and definitely, and that's what you expect from your opening bowlers. Have the batsman to be thinking ball, doing a little bit, in and out, and having them to think twice of the shots that they want to play.
Oh no, not quite bit naughty fielding there from John L. Eugene as the fielder make it Larry Edwards. He does quite well on the boundary. He was able to run from the backward point area, the sweeper position, and come around to clean up a bit of a delivery that went straight to John L. Eugene to limit the batsman to 2 runs. So he saved 2 runs for his team there, and the score moved on to 50. So 50 without loss in over number 6, and 50 partnership between the open batsmen Hodge and Milius, and perfect start for the Orange team. And the captain Hodge would be quite pleased with proceedings so far.
Yeah, well, disappointed feeling there by Eugene. Easy ball to actually collect. at the position of where his team is, every run actually counts here. I think the bowler would be disappointed at the same time with that fielding display.
Yeah, I think as a coach, you would agree that one of the things you keep telling your players is that you need to keep your eyes onto the ball at all times. Whether you think that it's going to go straight into your hand as a fielder or as a batsman, he's going to hit it in the middle of the bat. You need to watch the ball right through. And I think he was just guilty a bit of raising his eyes off the ball a bit too early, and the ball was able to beat his fielding position and went straight to him, 2 runs to his team, to the opposition. I think Ryan John would be quite fortunate there with that one. Short and wide outside the off stump, and Hodge had to reach right a bit, but he only succeeded in hitting it straight to Kotoy, who had quite an easy stop there. So after 6, it's 50 without loss, and the Volcanoes orange team, they are on top here in the intra-squad battle.
Yes, look like we have a bowling change, and surprisingly, I think Edwards would be the incoming bowler on the southern end.
Yeah, I think it's quite an interesting change because the batsmen, they at this stage prefer the pace on the ball, and Milius, I think he's especially one that likes the ball coming on a bit, and having the left arm orthodox spinner offering something different should make for an interesting competition out there between the 2 St. Lucian born players, Milius and Larry Edward.
Yeah, well, it would definitely be interesting to see how Larry Edwards starts his over. He's more a dot bowler, doesn't turn the ball as much, but a very, 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 very thoughtful bowler in his bowling, and he puts a lot into it, a lot of effort and a lot of thought into what he does as a professional. So it will be very, very interesting to see how he goes about in his attack to the batsman, and how the batsmen respond to that.
Oh yeah, and quite well said there about Edwards. And the first one pitched just in about the middle stump and kept turning into the right-handed batsman. He walked it on the leg side, but the fielder at mid-wicket, he was able to collect cleanly, and there is no run. Certainly a bad delivery there. That from Edwards. Short delivery. Milius, his eyes lit up when he saw that one. He was able to rock back into his crease and hammered it over the backward point area for quite an easy 6. So he would quite like that, and he'll be saying, "Hey, buddy, remember we're from the same country. Looking to make the team. Can you sub me up a few more of those so I can get some more runs?"
Yeah, I think Larry Ellis will be thinking differently when his stats is revealed.
And we see this one is a much flatter and quicker, and Milius was in a bit of trouble getting forward to keep it out, and I don't think Edwards will be too pleased, especially knowing Kimani. Both of them are St. Lucian, and they're both competitive players by nature, and he'll be looking to extract some revenge.
Down the wicket, over the top. Is it 6?
That looks like 4,
That's
just a
4
bounce
runs.
about 5 yards or so inside the boundary rope. So Milius is not spearing Edwards. That one tossed up a bit. Milius used his feet. I don't think he hit it as cleanly as he would have liked, because had the fielder been back on the boundary, it might have been an easy catch, but the fielder inside the circle, it ended up being quite a safe shot at the end of the day.
Well, like I said, it would be very interesting to see how Edwards goes about this attack. I think Milius has taken advantage of the sort of bowling that Edwards has been doing. He's actually dotting the balls into the batsman, and Milius actually took advantage of a short one down the leg side and chipped and hit over mid-off for 4.
Not a short delivery.
So it's sort of predictable at the same time what Larry would be bowling. So and I think Milius is pouncing on that, picking his spots like he did in that previous delivery through between mid wicket and mid on. And I think they actually know each other from the same country, so he actually knows what Edwards would be trying to do, and he executed his shots pretty well in that over.
Yes, and he got Milius. He would have won that round of the battle. He got 14 runs off the over of Larry Edwards, and it's 64 without loss after 7 overs. And as you said, players quite familiar with each other. They know what each other would be looking to do, and at this stage, the experience of Milius facing Edwards was able to pay off quite well, and he was able to hit 6-4 and pick up couple of runs on 2 occasions. So quite successful over there from Milius. As we see, Ryan John resumes his 4th of the inning, so he's going to be some more words from your Troy Charge, then you'll be joined by Rafael Crony.
Yes, well, it's pretty nice to see the colors outside there in green and orange. Hodge having a very easy time at the wicket. Nothing really troubled him so far, Crony, and I think he's well set to get runs. Here comes John Bowles outside the off stump. Ooh, no ball called. That's a third no ball, surprisingly from Ryan John. Beautiful delivery though, just outside the off stump. That is what you expect from your fast bowlers on this sort of wicket. And I just think that probably Ambrose would have tried a difference in attack with Larry Edwards previously, but I think it's still a fast bowler's opportunity to really nib at the batsman and probably pick up a wicket. There's a change in the field. Cover is being pushed back, and Ryan goes back to his mark. Comes in, top of his mark, bowls, full toss outside the off stump. Hodge doesn't connect, could be run out. Well backed up by Teddy Bishop, backward of square. There's no run. It's a wonderful day for cricket. Just a little bit cloudy, but it's really, really good for the fast bowlers. Keep their energy up. I can see now some of the ground staff is probably getting ready to probably pull the covers, as it's probably getting a little dark, but still pretty good for cricket. Crony?
Yeah, good morning, Troy.
Morning.
And morning to all of you who are listening us here this morning. As you said, pretty cloudy condition here at the stadium this morning, but no immediate threat of rain, but I think certainly we want to make sure that if rain comes, we are in a position to make sure that the wicket is not wet this morning. But as you said, you were discussing with Kerry this morning. I think his pitcher has been playing very good. It's sort of wicket that you want. You're playing one-day cricket. This is the 50-over game here today. And there's the sort of wickets you want where the batsman can play the shots. It calls for really the bowlers to be really thinking and using all the skill they need in an effort to keep things very tight. John, who have opened the bowling this morning, bowled his second over this morning, bowling from this northern end, have been not the sort of John that we know in terms of bowling. I guess too is the wicket. He have been able to move the ball away from the right-handed batsman. Just need to be a little closer, a little tighter in terms of line. And as you were discussing before, the importance of having the batsman to come on the front foot in that area of uncertainty, but just a little bit wide. It's 66 without loss. Good start.
Yes, but I think Ryan John really assessed the wicket wonderfully, and has bowled in best of lengths, probably just that outside that 4 meter, 5 meter area, and has been having the batsman to think, bowling a little bit in and out with a little in swing and away swing, and they have been having the batsman in a little bit of trouble, but not too much, because of the goodness in the wicket, I would say, and it's a lot of work for the bowlers, I dare say, today to really pick up wickets here.
We have seen Troy this morning. The ball has been swinging, and I guess it's because of the sort of condition that we have here. Again, is to get your line right. We saw the ball previously was swinging, but was pitched wide at the off stump. So I just need to get it closer, just to have the batsman to play. And it's a sort of condition that you want to make full use of, in terms of bringing the ball up to the bat and giving it an opportunity to swing. Because it is swinging, and we see John here really being able to get the ball to leave the right-handed batsman, and you just need to bring it a bit closer.
Oh yes, definitely.
Good delivery. Good delivery. He's out leg before. Again, ball right up, and he's looking to whip it somewhere to mid-wicket. That's Hodge. Looking to hit some with 2 mid-wicket, and certainly miss, and it looked good from here.
It definitely looked good from here. Milius is pretty upset, the way he's walking out. Probably think that he got inside edge. The umpire would have had different thoughts on that. Well pitched up, like we said.
It was a bad shot. The ball, he hit right across the line of the ball, and certainly he probably disappointed the fact that he's out, but really it was a bad shot hitting across the line of the ball. And as we said, John have been moving a ball from away from the right hander, and this was straighter, and he looking to whip it. And I think it's because it was up to him, he was looking to whip it somewhere to mid-wicket. And I think he just was looking to play a bit too square. If he looked to push it down to mid-on, I think he would have been in a better position. But hit right across it. And the umpire holders really had no hesitation but to leave the finger. From where I sit here, it looks a good decision.
Yes, I think it looks like a good decision from this perspective. Like you said, I think Milius should have probably tried to go down to mid-on, a lot of more straight face bat, and I think he would have probably connected with that. But Volcanoes Green has their first wicket.
Yeah, at 67 for 1, have been a good opening stand.
Definitely.
Really, none of the batsmen look to be in any trouble, as we continue to see in terms of the way that the pitch have been playing. Encouraging for batting, and. We are now going to have a break, just a little sprinkling. I don't think there's anything that will cause us to prolong for too long, but just a little sprinkling, and certainly the umpires taking no chances, but to make sure that that strip is covered. We just into probably about the 7th over.
Yes, I believe so.
67 for 1 is the score. To remind Volcano Green, they are the fielding team. Milius and Hodge opened the batting this morning, put on 67 before Hodge went LBW to the bowling of Ryan John.
Before Milius went.
Before Milius went, sorry. LBW of the bowling of Ryan John. It's 67 for 1, and we just have a break here now. Having just a little sprinkle, and we do believe that very shortly we should be back on air with you. At this point, we're going to just take a break for a little while as we await the weather to be back in the sort of condition that we're able to resume play.
of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours, that's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean, and I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
My name is Anthony McLaren. but everybody knew me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. First boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McLaren. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats in his life story. I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was one quarter a lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel that come from Guyana, and the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras, but the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor drinking and old tradition thing we're doing tomorrow.
Dreaming of taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
Hello, this is Malika Maitland. Welcome to Welcome Rock here in Grenada. Thank you for joining in this moment of mindfulness. As you prepare to meditate along with me, get a comfortable seat. If you're laying back, that's fine too, but just make sure that you're intent.
Tourism connects us all.
Tourism connects us all.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours. That's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well.
Oh,
And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we've vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean, and I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
The Carib's name is Carriacou, which means the land surrounded by reefs. And today it is known as the cradle of culture for its rich heritage passed on by the African and European descendants. Carriacou features the Maroon and String Band Festival, the Big Drum Nation Dance, and the Shakespeare Mass at Carnival. But what's really unique about Carriacou is the boat building culture. Let's learn some more.
Carriacou sloops, I think, is one of the most prettiest sloops that we have around. All right, and especially when they when you put the sails on them and you put them on the seawater and they start sailing. So I believe that is one of the difference between our sloops here and other sloops around. Well, our designs here is more like the Nova Scotia design and not in the Scottish design. And you know what really happened is a lot of people, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that they say the Scottish people came here to build vessels for us. But for me, I don't believe that because of the designs, the different designs in it. You know, our designs is more like the Nova Scotia designs. They are the same thing, but not the Scottish design.
You can go to Barbados, Jamaica, you can go to all these different islands. And in a lot of islands, you can do a lot of the same things. You can do canopy tours, you can do things that every single island has. Okay, no other island has this. Carriacou and Petit Martinique are the only islands in the Caribbean that has boat building on this scale.
At Windward is part of the culture of the people of Windward. So I have poems on boat building, so we do poems, and of course we bring them to the beach and explain the parts of the boat and talk to the shipwrights and so on. So we do that to keep the culture alive.
So being an alumni from the university, I've immersed myself in the culture in Grenada and love it since first came here. And loving sailboats and I lived in my sailboat when I was here. Going to school, I started hearing about the sloops and the tradition of the building of the sloops.
Is a hand-on tradition from grandparents to uncle, father to children. So, and going around them and walking on holidays, yeah.
Well, Windward is where we have a boat building village in Carriacou. And if this thing had gone from here, everything gone, you know.
What drove us to make this film, for me personally, it's very personal because my grandfather is, and my parents, my mother is from Carriacou, so from Windward. So Jassy Compton that you saw in the film is my great uncle. And that personal level of remembering spending childhoods here in Windward, in Carriacou, was what drove me to find that passion, find that emotion, and bring that through in the film about how important this, not only the boat building is, but how important Carriacou is to me.
It took a really long time. It took 3 years of filming, and during that time we had many setbacks, many challenges, and it's not an easy thing building a vessel, and it's not an easy thing making a film.
Join us next time on Pure Talk.
My name is Anthony McLaren, but everybody know me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. First boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McLaren. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats in his life story. I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was one quarter a lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel that come from Guyana, and the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras, but the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor drinking and old tradition thing we're doing tomorrow.
National Stadium, we greet you with the news that the conditions are beautiful. The sun is shining brightly. We did have just a light shower, but certainly the condition now is very good. Ideal condition for cricket, and sure we do expect this game to be very competitive today.
Oh, definitely. Setting up to be a very, very good matchup and a big score from the Volcanoes Orange. Brilliant start so far by Hodge and Milius.
Well, as we said just before the break, 69 for 1, 69 for 1. Actually, the umpire would have reviewed that last decision made where Milius was given leg before, and he did play the ball and he was asked to continue batting. So it's actually 69 without loss, and we had some 8 overs being bowled as Edwards bowled his first delivery and played down to mid-on position. The batsman is Kavim Hart, who is on 23. Milius is on 33. This ball, short fine leg, another run. Leg by signal by the umpire. It's 70 for the loss of no wicket.
Yeah, and Ed was in his second over so far. And like I said, normally a dot bowler would send that ball into the right-handers and away from the left-handers. And so far, didn't have a very good first over. I think Milius did well to dispatch his deliveries.
On this sort of wicket, Troy, one would expect that you, as a spinner, is expected to use a lot of guile. You had to allow the batsman to think. This one, the sit away, dunked a backward point for 4. Good shot by Milius. He gave himself room, just pulled away from that shortish delivery, and was able to hit it to a backward point position there. The fielder feeling in point was pretty square, and he was able to hit it between the first slip and that fielder went down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, don't think exactly that's the way he wanted it to go, but at the end got 4 runs. One think he wanted it to be a lot more square and probably on the ground and not in the air, but certainly got 4 runs.
74 without loss, and making the point, you know, the the idea of giving the ball a lot of air and using a lot of guile, you have to be. And this one again is another short delivery, just hit straight to cover, and it completes the first over. After the break, it's 74 without loss.
Yeah, but it's a skill that many spinners have struggled to really perfect. To giving that flight and to having the batsman to get down to the deliveries, or attempting them to get down, use their feet, and possibly hit them over or getting them stumped. But our bowlers these days are more tentative to dot the ball in fast, and sometimes depending on the wickets that you have, it would not work. And this wicket seems to be that sort of wicket where you would really have to work as a spinner, whether be it off spin, leg spin. You definitely have to hit your spots and be very, very creative in what you do to really pick up wickets, or you could be leaking runs.
Ryan John, number 74, written at his back. And he continued to keep his line just outside the off, some slight movement away. But again, one would think that you play in and you are able to assess conditions, and then you as a bowler you need to change, you need to make adjustment. The whole question of the spinners giving the ball a variation becomes more critical in terms of being able to use whatever skill, whatever guile you have to get maximum use on the wicket. And this is something that we seem not to be seen very regular. Quick run there by Hodge as he pushed it on the onside, and good running, take a quick run.
Yes, most definitely, and that's again is something that doesn't come overnight. It's a skill that you really have to work on, and you have to feel it. And assessing the wicket at the same time is another skill that bowlers have to be aware of and analyze really, really quickly. And what are the sort of lengths that you need to bowl, and where can you? Sometimes it's not getting the wickets, is having the batsman to do something different and avoiding to score in runs based on the wicket that you have.
No ball called there by umpire Hulas. Good link, good line. Ball coming back into the right-handed batsman. Just seemingly overstepping a bit. Really need to look at. I can't remember him bowling so many no balls in recent times. I really need to just make some adjustment in terms of the run-up and delivery stride.
Yeah, not certain exactly, because he's not known for one of a bowler to be that consistent in bowling no balls. And today might just be that day where he probably stretched that leg a little bit too much. I don't think he's trying to push in terms of bowling fast. I think it's normal. It's probably just that little excess in probably overstretching a little bit in his delivery stride.
Slow delivery. Actually went into the stump there, being bowled. Obviously a free hit, but you can see the guy there. This was really disguised in terms of the slow ball, and Milius was totally beaten. He's in no position. As we look at the replay, we see him there. He was really beaten in terms of not reading the slow delivery and being bowled.
Yeah, it's something that he's working on. I think it's a craft of the all-rounded bowlers that they need to have in their armor. He goes outside the off stump. Has been very consistent thus far in his overs, just outside the off stump, niggling in and out, having the batsman to think. I don't think the batsman has been on top of him. A couple of areas where they would have he would have pitched up and would have been driven through cover, but has been very, very tight in that area.
Yeah, his line has been good. I mean, in terms of his line, off stump line, that have been pretty consistent.
Yeah.
I think probably just the length, he need to adjust the length at times, but in terms of again, he bowls, his off stump line again has been very consistent in terms of line.
Oh yes, definitely. I think probably the skipper Ambrose would want him to probably bowl maybe just one more over, citing that it might be a opportunity again to plug a wicket and try and make some inroads into the Volcano Oranges attack.
Yeah, I agree with you. No, you want to give him the best use of the ball when it's new. As you know, when it becomes soft, it becomes harder for the faster bowlers. Wide signal.
It's a tight call, but I think it was definitely a wide ball, just passing the outside of that restricted line. The bowler would be disappointed, but I think it was a good call by the umpire to call that. Not a bad feel. I think he has been bowling well to his fields so far. Like I said, it would be difficult at this stage for the bowlers in trying to really nab and pick up quick wickets, but it would be a very, very tedious effort.
Good delivery, and Milius looking to turn on the outside. This one really cut back into the batsman, but looking at the angle, certainly will go down the leg side.
Yeah, his first delivery actually, he hit Milius on his pads and was given not out. That one was a lot more closer than this one. Definitely, the umpire didn't have no problems in saying not out to that. Was definitely going down the leg side. Good delivery in terms of his change-up. Been bowling just outside off stump and having that last one to drag back in. So not a bad over by Ryan John. I think it's been good so far, but they're still without a wicket.
Yeah, it's 77 without loss in 10 overs. John just finished bowling his fifth over.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's 77 without loss as the left arm bowler in Edwards continues from that southern end. Edwards. And just a bit about Edwards. Larry Edwards from St. Lucia. Windwards Volcanoes contract, and the left arm orthodox spinner has been around for quite a while. Larry Edwards, he's the kind of bowler that would come and push it there and keep it very tight. So he has done some yeoman service for St. Lucia and as such has now come on to Windwards franchise.
Yes, definitely one of the middle order batsmen that does do a bit. He's very, very, very
good shot by Milius.
Yes.
Over pitch. He stroked down to mid-on, just smoothly down to mid-on. And that's Teddy Bishop, who's at probably a long on position, just deeper than where mid-on would be.
Yeah, not a bad over, and we can see in that over that Edwards was a little bit less in his flight, a little bit more that we was talking about, trying to get the batsman to get down to the pitch of the delivery, not dotting it in as fast as he normally would.
Yeah, just slowed it up a bit.
Yeah,
slowed it up a bit.
Yeah, inviting them as he had long on and long off back, inviting them to come down. And you can see they also had a field placement in the deep cover area. So it's definitely an attempt for them to free their arms, trying to get them to go over the top and possibly, get a wicket. We have another change
So at
in
the
the
end
bowling.
of that 11 overs being bowled, it's 78 without loss. And we see Dylan Douglas, a little left arm pacer. Going to pick it up from this northern end.
Actually, it's Redhead.
Redhead, sorry.
So Redhead that's going to take it up from the northern end.
Redhead. Nicholas Redhead from Grenada, development player. Fast bowler, he's going to take up the attack from this northern end.
Yeah, and this is one player that I've worked with. Know he has a strong heart, a strong belief in himself. Be a good opportunity for him to showcase that. Hard-working guy over the years, brought himself up to a good fitness level, and a good thinker. Much better bowler for left-handed. He swings the ball away from the left-hander. It would be nice to see how he goes against the right-handers.
Yes, I agree with you. A very good delivery, good Yorker there, and Milius was beaten by this one as he was coming forward and get a bit of swing in the air as he looked to come down on this one. Was really beaten and just didn't miss the leg stump by much.
Well, that's a good first ball. Good, very pacey at the same time, and had Milius in a lot of trouble. Missed the leg stump by a coat of paint, really.
But I agree with you, Troy, that he's a very hard worker, and this is one player that you will find, even though he's himself alone, he will get there and he do quite a bit of training. He really is a hard worker.
Oh yes, definitely. Very, very strong-minded gentleman. It would be very, very pleasing, to see him even going further than he expects. But would take some work, and it's a good opportunity for everyone to see what he can do and what he has been working so hard to produce. So let's see how he does today.
He's bowling the one slip, a third man on the boundary, cover point, cover mid-off. This one is driven by Milius, back pass the bowler. He's going to go into the boundary for 4. Really, he was not in control of this one. I don't think he got the timing as he swung there and just went back on the onside between where the mid-on or B was and the stumps, and went down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think it was actually a swipe, probably a little bit slower than he probably expected, and turned down. And beat the mid-on fielder and went to the boundary for 4.
Good shot through mid-wicket. It's going to be stopped by the fielder coming around from mid-wicket. That's 2 more.
Yeah, the first 2 deliveries was definitely good by Redhead. And I think Milius now is trying to put him off his game, coming down to the wicket and probably giving the bowler some thought about what should I do now after having received a boundary, and now clipping through mid-wicket for 2.
It's 84 without loss, and Milius moving along. He's on 44. Redhead in his first over. And there could be trouble and overthrows there as they were looking for run there, that ball going just in front of the player on the onside, and there was Hodge down the wicket looking for a run, and have been sent back by Milius, and the throw went to the non-strikers end, and with nobody backing up, it went down for 4 more.
Yeah, well, I think that's Dylan John, I believe, didn't back up pretty well. I think Ryan had a shy at the wicket. It was an opportunity for a run out, definitely. I think Dylan should have backed up a little better, but he didn't, and Redhead conceded another 4 runs.
Yeah, another wide bowled by Redhead. So he actually started off bowling well. His first 2 deliveries, I thought, was very good deliveries. And then you had a couple over pitch, Well, one was, unfortunately, Milius really swung and got it down for 4, and then he over pitch on his pad. hit through mid wicket.
Yeah, like I said, his first couple deliveries was pretty good, and I think Millie has decided here is what new guy. Let me put some pressure on him. Came down the wicket, played some aggressive shots, sort of had to change his mindset, and doesn't want the bowler now to come in comfortable, and he sort of changed his game and thought process there. I think Redhead has a lot of work to do, but he came back pretty well in that over, despite the two boundaries.
So we had 12 overs with bowler 89 without loss. Has been a good opening start. Milius in his 50s on 48, and Hodge have been on the quiet side.
Yes, well, hasn't had much as a strike at the same time, but just giving himself some time to just get organized and pace himself and pace his innings.
This I pick up another single.
Milius looks like the batsman that is keen to get after the bowling. I'm not sure if the message was to say, here's what, I'm going to go after the bowlers, and Hodge is going to steady the inning.
Milius is known to be this sort of batsman, attacking player. He hits the ball well, so that's his style.
Good bowling by Edwards. Now we can see a lot more variation, a lot more technical aspect of his bowling being displayed right now. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, he's certainly slowing it up a bit, and this sometimes caused a lot of problem. Batsman had to think, he had to look up, he had to wait. And that has been a very good over.
Very good over. Yeah, and I think when he came into his attack, the ball probably was a little bit newer, so he would have probably tried to, dot it in, get the ball a little bit more rough. And now that the ball has lost some of its shine, he's now getting a lot more grip. You can see now that he's turning the ball a lot more, and now I think it could be very, very interesting to see what the Volcano Orange batsmen try to attack him. We still have McCoy, who's definitely one of the top bowlers in the region, and we'll see how he can do when he gets a chance at bowling.
This one is played neatly. Stayed down a little bit, and it's played down to a backward square, and the fielder just to the right of the square leg have to run back. That's two more. That's two more runs to Hodge.
Yeah, I think the game plan here, Redhead is trying to bowl as tight as possible, but Hodge is a very, very strong leg-sided player, so he has to be very careful in terms of his lengths and line here.
Wide signal there by the umpire. Probably a little bit harsh with this wide.
Yeah, a little bit, but I think it was deserving. It was on the line, but it was actually passing over the line. So the umpire, I believe, was correct in that delivery.
Bad miss by the mid-off fielder, and that's two more runs to Cabin Hodge.
Yeah, and that's Dylan John, I believe, again. Dylan Johnson. Yeah, another bad misfield, and it's not really, good for, the bowler to be, coming in and putting in the work, and fielders are misfeeling like that.
Yeah, and both batsmen, Troy, begin feeling more and more comfortable. Even though you realize that Kavim Hodge have been having much of the strike, but he looks so compact. He looks so comfortable.
Oh yes, definitely. I think he has assessed the wicket and he believes that he can get a big score here. So he's a very compact player, very thoughtful player at the same time, and picks his shots very, 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 very accurately.
Yeah, good stop by Cotter in backward point there, having to dive to his right, and made a good stop. As that ball was pretty well timed by Hodge as he came forward, and just more or less steered it to backward point.
Yes, Hodge is one of the players that we expect at the same time to even go as far and make some inroads into the West Indies team. And I think he has the ability to do that. It's just a matter of him putting in the effort and putting in the runs as an all-rounder player. Well bowled by Reddit. Better over, more consistent, not giving the batsman anything to free their arms, and really, really composed. And I think he would be very comfortable with that over after probably going for a 10 in his first over.
Yeah, better over bowled by Redhead. Well, just to go back to Hodge, and I agree with you so much. He's the captain of Volcanoes Orange. He's from Dominica, a contract player. Very consistent batsman at regional level, both left arm spin, and we have seen his performance at the regional level. What he would have done for Volcanoes, whether it's a CPL or whether it's a 50 over game, but a very consistent player. I think he's one of the young players that thinks the game, and it is shown in how he plays the game. Very, very committed, works very hard.
Yes, definitely. Here comes Edwards. A lot more attacking feel by Ambrose. Short cover, deep square cover, and backward point. Really inviting the batsman to drive in that area and even possibly over cover to see if they can get a wicket. So it's, even though they misfeel again, bad feeling by the Volcano Greens, and I think that will bring up Milius 50. Well played. Had a couple chances, was given out, reviewed, and came in and deserved 50. I would say deserved 50. Yeah, he's shown a lot more maturity. Some of his shot selections have been very, very good. So just thus far. Good shot. Good shot. Well played. Deserved 4. Good shot by Milius. His confidence is growing more and more on this wicket. And like I said earlier in the starting of the commentary, that you have to be very disciplined on this wicket or you would be leaking runs. And that was very, very good shot on the back foot, probably on the line, cut on the line of point, and that beat one of the best fielders on the field, Kotoy, to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, good shot. Short delivery, and really was given the treatment as he was on top of it and really hit it well down the backward point for 4. Well, again, I agree with you. It has been a mature inning. I think that he played well, and even against Edwards, in this the previous over and even the first couple of deliveries, you could see him thinking. And this one is played down to long on and dropped by Bishop coming in there. Again, the ball given air. And Milius coming forward and not really to the pitch of it and looking to hit somewhere, I would think, over mid-on. And it just went down to Bishop, who had to come in and just had to dive a bit and probably just fall in front of him.
Yes, I didn't think that Teddy was walking in as he should. The ball was still there. It was an easy catch for his standard, and he's a very, very good catcher in the deep. Unfortunately, didn't hang on to that one.
Milius is driving well down to backward point. The fielder on the boundary have to move around. That's two more. Good shot. Having to reach for that delivery and played it well. So that's two more.
Yeah, disappointing for the Volcanoes Greens, and I don't think that Ambrose would be very pleased with the performance. Missed fields, drop catches, and that doesn't do any confidence for the fielding team. At this stage, they're without a wicket, and dropping catches and misfielding doesn't do you any good. It would just bring frustration.
After 15 overs, the score is 104 without loss. Milius is on 57. Hodge is on 29. Very good start by the Volcanoes. The Volcanoes orange, and with that, as we continue commentary, Troy, after a few more comments, Kerry Frank is going to take over the commentary.
Oh, well played. Clipped out the legs side, beaten backward square, down to the boundary for 4. Milius in a hurry to get his 100 after passing his 50. Just strained there by Redhead, and an easy clipped shot down to fine leg for 4 runs. Score moves on to 108 without loss, and the Volcano Greens are in serious trouble on this nice, juicy, paved wicket this morning.
And we see Redhead, he follows up with a Yorker length delivery that is played towards the fielder there down on the deep backward square boundary. So 1 more to Milius. As we said, he's been looking quite good this morning, entertaining knock so far, and he seems not to be troubled out there. He has given a few chances, drop catch opportunity previous over, and he would be looking to make most of those opportunities here today.
Yes, Kerry, and like we said, it would be a difficult, very hard task for the bowlers on this wicket, and we can see that both Milius and Hodge is taking full advantage of a good wicket.
Oh yes, I think they've batted quite sensibly so far. Milius being the more expansive of 2 batsmen, but at the same time, he cannot diminish the contribution of the captain Hodge to this. He seems to be working the ball around the field, picking up the 1s and 2s. They've been running quite well between the wicket, as you see, putting a lot of energy and emphasis on the running, and that has certainly put the Greens on the back foot in the early proceedings.
Yeah.
And that one guided down towards the 3rd man region, where Dylan John, who has had a few bloopers in the field so far, he collects cleanly and sends it into wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I'm just wondering though, Kerry. I haven't seen maybe a plan of the Volcano Green, but I haven't seen Redhead, try to bowl a short ball yet. Maybe the wicket doesn't have that, but I still believe that it's still a ploy. Good shot, great shot. Excellent shot. That reminds me of Stroke Williams in his younger days. Outside the off stump, lean back, square drive, and brilliant. Connected, timed pretty well by Milius. He's in super form. Great shot. Love to see that.
Oh yes, we've seen some good shots today so far, but I think that one, which one you don't really see much of then, a sort of square drive, open the face towards the backward point region, in the air, the fielder there on the sweeper on the offside, he maybe just had 10 meters or so to move to his left, but he didn't stand a chance. And it's even more runs for the Volcanoes orange, and inside of 20 overs, and they're looking edging towards 120, certainly laying the foundation of what can be a commanding score to be set in this inning.
Yeah, I think Redhead have tried the Yorkers, tried the outside the off stump, haven't tried that bumper. And haven't hit that goodish length as often as he would like. So I'm wondering now, where would the Volcano Green look to find their wicket? And would the batsmen actually hand them a wicket? Drop catches, misfield, one would be very despondent at this point with the fielding display, and I know the coaches will be very disappointed with the fielding display by the Volcano Green thus far. I still believe right now that Ambrose might be lenient now to call on to Cotoy. He probably would have wanted Cotoy to probably come in maybe at the 15th over, go in there, but as things are, without a wicket, he may call on Cotoy to see if he can buy a wicket and try to see how he can make some inroads into the battle lineup of the Volcano Orange. But so far, the Volcano Orange are having a field day on this bakes of a wicket.
Yeah, and we see he's bringing the changes from the sudden end. Larry Edwards, that's the end of his first spell, as we see Shaman Lewis. He will come in for another spell, so he's brought back the opening bowler to see if he can get a breakthrough in his second spell, and I think they really need to see if they can make some inroads into this batting lineup, because you still have some exciting players still left in the hut. Roland Cato, Alec Attorney is quite exciting player. Remember, he was the leading run scorer at the 2018 ICC Under-19 World Cup. Then we have the all-rounder Kevin Stout, one of the best all-rounders in the region at this level. So we have a lot of batting, so it's important that the Green look to sneak a few wickets, as we see Lewis quite a full pitch delivery. Milius probably a bit late to get down onto it, and he was fortunate that the ball was outside the off stump, that he didn't do any damage to the stumps.
Well, it seems to be something that the Volcano Green bowlers have identified, because as soon as Redhead came in, his first delivery was a Yorker length missing leg stump by a coat of paint, vanished to be more exact. And here comes Lewis bowling the first ball, a Yorkish length right up, missing off stump.
Yes, another full pitch delivery there from Lewis. This time I think Milius he saw that one quite early, and he was just able to open the face of the bat and guide it towards the third man region, where that would be Ryan John. He does a fielding. So Milius he moves on to 68, and he's able to now to look at the proceedings from the non-strikers end, as Hodge will do battle against the West Indies fast bowler Shaman Lewis.
Yeah, well, it's a battle now, and I think right now the bowlers would be thinking to do something, some different areas, some different looks, and you'll definitely see some different field placements, trying to buy a wicket and to break this partnership. As you said, I think it's a pretty firm middle order coming in. Roland Cato, who is a very aggressive batsman, will love to take his time with that start and then to free his arm. Kevin Stott in the middle, they can heave the ball very far. And you have Hooper and Tavina, who I believe is definitely a good striker of the ball. It's up, he could be caught.
Yes,
Cotoy don't drop much.
And that was the simplest of catches for Kieron Cotoy. Milius looking to advance against Shaman Lewis, who he had probably a little difficulties early on in the over. The ball was able to hit high onto the bat, as we see the replay there. Not really smart choice there from Milius, actually more towards the toe of the bat, spooned up in the air, and all Cotoy had to do was just gather himself under it and take a very simple catch. So Milius goes for 68, caught Cotoy off the bowling of Shaman Lewis, and it's 119 for 1, and that brings the impressive Roland Cato to the crease, reminding you that he's in some good form coming into this match. He would have scored 100 in the matches leading up to intra-squad matches leading up to today, so he'll be feeling good about his form and will be looking to build on that impressive platform led by the captain. And Milius just dismissed 119, so it's perfect conditions, I would think, for Cato to come on there. He can afford to find his feet for a few balls, watch it and find his feet, and then look to build on that foundation which was laid.
Yeah, and I think like I said, the field placement, adjustments in fields and adjustments in lengths and stuff for the Volcano Green would have probably prompted Milius to take some more chances, as they brought in the mid off, and would have sent back the third man, and would have created actually an opportunity for them to get a wicket. Top edged and was caught backward of point by Kotoy, and he doesn't drop many. He's a very, very proud person when it comes to his feeling, and he takes very good dedication in what he does.
Yeah, and I think the captain will be feeling even pleased because he was able to bring back his opening bowler, and he was able to deliver for the captain. So I think you would have done some captaincy in your playing days, and when you make those decisions and it pays off immediately, it certainly feels good.
Yes, I think would be a great relief for the Volcano Greens after having a couple drop chances, and to seeing one definitely at this stage, seeing the back of one of the batsmen. And a good opportunity for Lewis here.
Yeah, so it's now, previously you would have seen some battles between St. Lucia versus St. Lucia, Edwards versus Milius.
Yeah.
Now we have a Grenadian battle out there between Kato and Sherman Lewis, and two guys who've known each other quite well, and I don't think any one of them would want the other player to have, say, they get the benefit of them. So it should be a quite interesting mini battle between Kato and Sherman Lewis.
Yes, and what we can see right now, like I said, I was expecting that change, and Kotoy here now is coming to bowl on the northern end. And yes, as a captain, you would be very pleased looking at the situation and thinking, who is it that I can really bring on here to, get me a wicket and to break this partnership, and calling on your top West Indies fast bowler. And he delivered, and that's what you expect from your fast bowlers when called upon at any stage in the game to deliver the goods. And he did just that.
Yeah, so Kieran Kotoy, he is one of those players who is contracted with the Windwards Volcanoes. He is now he would have started off mainly as a leg spinning bowler, but I think in recent years his batting would have quite advanced quite well, that he was one of the leading batsmen for the Windwards Volcanoes in the recent 4-day tournament, and he's would regard himself as a competent batsman who bowls leg spin now. So the development of the player is certainly adds a benefit to the team, that he can hold his end with both main aspects of the game. And I'm certainly the hope now is that his bowling can really rival the quality of his batting. So Kotoy from the island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, he's been around for a while. He would have also played a few seasons in the CPL, so quite experienced campaigner, and he'll be looking to stake claims for a spot on the Windwards Volcanoes squad for the CWI Super 50 tournament in the new year.
Yeah, well, even before seeing him in person and looking at his work ethic, he has been very consistent as a leg spin bowler and has very, very good variations. Nice to see how he goes about and how Kato plays his innings. If he gets off, he's still not off the mark. Kato loves to go after the spinners, love that slug sweep, loves to get down to the ground and over the top. And here he goes, good drive, true extra cover. Could he get two? He's not going to get two. Nice covered drive, well over it, and nice to see Kato getting off the mark.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I was quite pleased so far from Kotoy is that he seems to be giving the ball quite a good bit of flight time. Sometimes leg spinners, they tend to flatten it a bit, but he's throwing the ball up and having the batsman come forward and look to drive, whether the onside or the offside. So I think that's good indications that Kotoy is feeling good about his bowling, that the ball is being flighted. It's quite a bit of loop and the batsman would have to come forward. And I think leg spinners generally prefer the batsman to play them off the front foot and rather going back and pulling, as we see in this instance.
Oh yes, definitely. Kotoy is one of those bowlers that would definitely have the batsman thinking, and giving the fielding team an opportunity to get a wicket, and they have to be on the guard because he's very, 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 very adamant about how he bowls and you feel towards his bowling. And I think it's just a discipline that you have as a cricketer and as a professional. You have to be in that kind of mindset, whether you're bowling or whether you're fielding, and even when you're batting, so I think it's all good for cricket, good for Windward Island cricket in terms of the mentality of a bowler and the personality of a player.
Oh, most certainly. I think the professionalism seen from these guys is really of a top class nature. As we see Lewis, he's doing the fielding and has a scamper towards the backward point region to prevent two, but he's not successful. And earlier on we spoke about the running between the batsmen, and Kato, really he realized that the fielders on the leg side, they were a bit back on the boundary, and he just played it with soft hands just to the right of the umpire in square leg region, and they were able to cross for two. So he gets the blood pumping a bit in his legs. It's 2 more to Kato, and the Volcanoes Orange, they won 24 for 1.
Yes, well played by Kato. Seeing that there's an opportunity for two, went up pretty quickly, and easy two in the end.
And Troy, this year, due to COVID pandemic and many casualties, one of the things as those casualties was the Windward Islands senior tournament for 2020. There were no tournament, so as a result of that, that tournament would have been used generally as a gauge towards selecting players for considerations for the representational teams at the Windward level. So these matches gives these players this opportunity to stake a claim. It's a 14 contracted players minus Preston McSween versus number of the development players and from the various territories coming in Grenada and competing in a series of matches to stake claim. So it's really important that individual performances are high, so that the players who are not necessarily in the contracted groups, they can make a statement and pose some questions that would provide maybe headaches to the selectors in coming up with a team that would represent the region in sub-region in the CW 50 over tournament.
Oh yes, definitely, and it's heartening to know of the situation, what COVID-19 would have caused in terms of cricket and everything else in our society and our world, and I'm certain that some players at the same time would be disappointed, probably working on their game, correcting some of their errors from last year, and probably giving themselves the confidence that they can come here and make the team. And unfortunately, you have to come to this situation where you would select the best in terms of who would have performed and who would have been there already. It's high on the bat, it's up in the air, it's Teddy Bishop. Is anyone going to get there? He takes the catch.
Excellent catch from
Eugene. Great catch from Eugene.
Oh yes, quite the fielders on the onside. Bishop was at mid-wicket. We had that to be Larry Edwards there at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. But he had John L. Eugene down on the boundary doing some duties on the sweeper. He had to do quite a bit of running, as we see Kato gets an inside edge and Eugene scampering in from the backward square region. He was able to rush in. Teddy Bishop is also coming in. Eugene may be called early, and he took an excellent catch, and he would certainly feel good for that performance. Making amends for a bit of sloppy fielding earlier on, but that catch, a certainly good effort in the field there from young John L. Eugene, out of St. Lucia, and he would feel good about it as Kato goes for 5, and it's 2 wickets down, and normally is the case when you get 1, you get 2, so from a position of 119 without loss, it's 127 for 2, Kato dismissed for 5.
Yes, bad selection of shot there by Kato. Ball probably slowed up on him, playing too early, and unfortunately didn't get an opportunity to make good use of this easy batting wicket. Good bowling by Sherman in the area, creating some difficulty for the batsman and having them to do something that they wouldn't custom to be doing. And here we go, Kato playing too early in the air, sloppy shot, and lost his wicket.
Yeah, I think at that stage, that shot was not necessarily called for, because the captain, he would have brought back his trump bowler. He would have delivered from a wicket to break through earlier on, and just Kato to just play the balls around, pick up the 1 and the 2s. He said he looked for the expansive shot over mid-wicket, mid-on, maybe for a 6, and he was only able to succeed in skying it, and it took a good bit of fielding, but he's back in the pavilion watching the proceedings from that angle.
Yes, I think Ambris, back in his test bowler, has mid-on and mid-on up mid on and mid off up, and Kato thinking the wicket is good. If I could just hit on the up, probably I'll get it over mid on and mid off. Didn't connect, got an inside edge. Ball floated towards deep midish area. Beautiful distance covering by Eugene, and a brilliant catch, sliding in and taking it comfortably at the end. So that would do confidence for the Volcano Green, picking up 2 quick wickets with probably just about 10 or 13 runs on the board. And now we will see how much of a middle order that the Volcano Oranges has to really propel them from that brilliant start that Milius and Hodge gave them.
Yeah, so the crease is now an all-Dominican batting partnership with joining the captain Kavim Hodge is the talented Alec Athanaze. Again, we just spoke about him being the leading run scorer at the 2018 Under-19 Cricket World Cup, and he would be looking to make a statement. He would have been involved in the Volcanoes franchise within the last season, so he has an opportunity now coming in as not one of those contracted players to see if he can make a statement and gain some selections into the team selected.
He's definitely one that assesses conditions pretty well. I saw him in that game here against, I think, Jamaica a couple of years ago. Assessed the wicket well and created opportunities for him to score runs. Even when there were opportunities where they were in a little bit of trouble, but he created the opportunities to get runs, and I think he's a very good asset to have in your armor, and can change the game at the same time too, in terms of him seeing what the field placements are and what the bowler wants to do.
Oh yeah, certainly. So yeah, he was quite nicely played delivery there down the ground. He was able to get off the mark. Nicely stylish looking left-hander, and he'll be feeling quite good to get the first one off the middle and get a run and to take the score further along. Kotai continues from the northern end, and he is looking to see if he can get another breakthrough for his team. Athanaze again picks up a single. Ryan John, fielder, who is stationed on the long off boundary, he has to do the fielding. So one more to Athanaze. He moves on to 2, and it's 130 for 2 in the Volcanoes Intra-Squad matchup between the green and the orange. Kotai, one of those players that really puts lots of effort into his fielding, especially off his own bowling. Made a valiant attempt to stop that, but the ball was able to evade him. So one more to Hodge. He moves to 37. Oh, Athanaze, and in this one, just a bit short outside the off stump. He looked to pull, but he was able to miss the pull. Quite pass close to the stumps, and at the end of another over, it's 131. Justin Hector, 131 for 2. I think the orange would be feeling quite pleased about their position, but probably would have been disappointed with the loss of maybe one extra wicket.
Yeah, good conditions though for batting. Excellent conditions for cricket. It's not very, very hot. It's just pretty cool out there, as you see. Not much breeze around though, but excellent condition, and probably a wicket where probably the batsman will feel that, if they miss out there, it's staying, because it's a very good condition. As I said, the pitch is playing very well. Kotai is getting a little bit of spin, so there is some help for both, and also Lewis, who is bowling from the southern end, has been getting a bit of bounce, and the ball has been carrying through quite nicely too.
Oh yes, I think all the parties involved in this proceedings will be quite happy. As I said, weather is quite nice for cricket. It's not hot, nice overcast conditions right now over the ground. And I think, in terms of talking about Lewis, he came back in his second spell and he seems to have been bowling quite well. The first one, first over, I think went for about 19 runs in the first over, or 20 runs in the first over. Wasn't too impressive in that over. But from since then, he has been bowling quite well, and the captain entrusted him with, delivering a breakthrough in a second spell, and he has delivered with 2 big wickets for the captain.
Well, he'll try again to Athens after Hodge picked up a single in the first delivery.
Oh, another no ball, beating Athens outside the off stump. Will be disappointed with that effort, as we see the umpire John Mack clad in his brightly pink top, signaling for the free hit. So it's one more to the score, and an opportunity for a free hit. Athens can now express himself, knowing that he can be dismissed, except off a run out. And Hector, we have seen many instances in the past where free hit scenarios that batsmen seems to find themselves out of the only legitimate way you can be dismissed off a free hit.
That's one of the strange things about this game. It does provide that kind of on events that you could barely comprehend, you know. But it's all in the minds of the players, in the minds of the batsmen. And after this time goes long. And in fact, he'll get it, one bounce, maybe maybe only the report tell it. Almost looked like it landed very close to the ropes.
Oh yes, and I think one of the things what was impressive about that shot by Athens is that, you know, normally in terms of free hits you'd see batsmen looking to lose their shape a bit and try to, but that one, he just, as you see the replay, he just remained still. The ball was pitched just about the middle stump, and he just, so sweet flow in action, lofted that one over mid wicket, just about an inch inside of the wicket. So he would just a little bit more effort and he would have gone over the ropes, but certainly a very classy shot there from the left-handed Alec Athens.
Cricket has been described especially in the shorter form of the game as basically a game of, well, maybe centimeters.
Oh, certainly.
Yes. That was one instance of that.
Yeah, we see Lewis follows up with a nicely pitched delivery, just moving across the left-handed batsman. Athens would say he had all under control, but I think it's fair to say that Lewis beat him outside the off stump with that one.
Yes, and probably for the second time in the over, a similar delivery, probably just on a length and leaving the left-hander, and this had a little dab at it. Lucky not to have gotten the edge, so the slip now being strengthened.
Yes.
Good move.
As we see, Ambrose moves into what we'll see a gully or a foot slip area. Guided between Ambrose and John L. Eugene, and the batsman crossed for two. So though the wickets has 2 wickets has fallen back to back, the runs have certainly continued to flow here at the National Stadium.
Yes, because as I said, the condition and despite we may have gotten a little bit of rain here at the National Stadium, and but really it has had no effect at all on the outfield in terms of the speed of the ball has been traveling quite nicely over the outfield. And even as we speak, the sun coming out. It's a far cry though, Terry, with the weather in some other parts of the country. It's very, very rainy at the moment.
Yeah, I think sometimes you hear the National Stadium and you hear that it's good conditions down here at the National Stadium, and then it's raining cats and dogs in many other parts. And there were instances when we hear the National Stadium it's raining cats and dogs, almost thinking that we have some tropical depression or wave or so forth. And you hear that it's dry in other parts of the island, but one thing at the National Stadium, though, the drainage is quite superb, that an hour of rain and 5 minutes after rain, so we can play cricket. So kudos to the ground staff here at the National Stadium for their superb job in keeping the facility and the grounds in tip-top conditions.
Yes, and Lewis looking in good rhythm now. Yeah, you can see him coming in quite smoothly and getting a bit of movement away from the left-hander, and probably would feel aggrieved that he probably could have gotten the left-handed Athens in one of those deliveries which he really played at. In fact, he had to play, and the ball may have just left him as shade outside the off stump. And Lewis was putting in the work. And it's good to see, these guys Lewis would have represented the West Indies, and so when you walk into the stadium, you want to see these guys, and you want to see them, looking the part. And in an area where we've been struggling so badly, you look at the West Indies bowling performance against New Zealand in the current Test match. And it really left a bit to be desired in terms of the bowlers, the lines, the lengths, the thought process, which was involved in the bowling. Really, they didn't seem to have a plan in terms of how to get the New Zealand batsmen out. And they themselves, when they batted, they faltered very, very badly.
Well, I think it's a beautiful day here at the National Stadium, and we don't really want to moan too much on what has transpired. As you see, a beautiful shot there from Hodge, walking it towards down the ground. Nice on drive. The fielder that would be Bishop. He was in long off, had to run around too long on to do the fielding, and he was only able to keep that. Only one run. I thought they had enough time to probably cross for a second. So Hodge may be feeling a little bit tired. Remember, he was there from the start of the proceedings, so he moves by one further along as Kotoy looks to continue. Now has a new prospect against the left-handed batsman. Now the leg spinner, the ball will be turning into the leg spinner, so he certainly has a right and left-hand combination. He would certainly have to get those links and those lines correct between two different batsmen. And that one was a full toss, Hector. Is it again struggling to the two different handed batsmen? Is that, do you think, contributing factor?
Possibly. Athens probably may have been disappointed that he could have done better with that. Again, a delivery full outside the off stump. Hodge, however, has had a rather prolific period in recent time. He's really been batting very well in all forms, in all competitions that we've seen him.
Yeah, he would have participated in the GCA Super 50 tournament a couple of weekends ago, where he would have done well to lead his team St. Mark's into the finals, and he performed admirably well. He went on to St. Vincent, where he would have participated in the Vinci Premier League for the championship team, and he was also a major contributor in that tournament. And coming back here in Grenada in the warm-ups, and he is really piling on the run, so he's certainly in a rich vein of form.
Yes, indeed, and that's very good to see. I think there are opportunities at the top.
And I'm being asked to open the batting today, and he's responded quite well, because knowing that the players who are on display, it might be a difficult final 11 of squad to select for this tournament, and he's saying that hey, don't count me out as being an opener. I can handle the pressure at the top of the innings and lay the foundation, play the anchor role that the other batsmen can bat around. And so far today, he's really led from the front as being the captain. 39 not out, 144 for 2, and you'll be quite pleased so far, as they seems to have a change from the southern end. And how is that Lewis continue?
Yes, well, 145 for 2, we probably would expect in cricket, in modern cricket these days, that maybe 300, 320.
Yes, I think from this stage, certainly it's on the cards. It's just whether or not that the other batsmen can continue to in the same vein that was continued. And we know Hodge is one of those batsmen. He likes to bat, so he will be telling himself he wants to remain there for the next. For the remainder of the innings. He's one of those batsmen, even as we've seen in GCA Super 50 tournament, he gets disappointed when he outs. He wants to remain out there for the whole inning, and certainly good appetite for any batsman.
So a volcano orange and the volcanoes green, that's what we're looking at. And we're looking at Lewis from the southern end. Again, Athens just seemed a little indecisive against Lewis. Probably the fact that the movement and appreciable amount of bunks that Lewis has been able to generate, probably just unsettling Athens a bit. Of course, Lewis is not express fast, but he does. It's quite sharp, if I should put it that way. And Athens get one distance.
And I think when you look at the support to the left, to the right-handed Lewis bowling to Athens over the wicket, slanting the ball across his wicket, we see that there is a slip, 2 slips right now. That be the captain Ambrose, along with Kotoy, the 2 Vincentians in the slip. Then we have John L. Eugene in the backward point area. So certainly a lot of protection outside, behind the stumps on the outside for Lewis to target the outside edge.
Delivery outside the off stump, and again bonks and good pace too. The wicketkeeper having to take it almost well over his left shoulder, As delivery was slanted across the left and at the left and the Innings. What I said seemed a little bit unsettled. Had a big flash at that outside the off stump and didn't make contact.
Yeah. So Lewis looking quite impressive here in his second spell. Quite a nice bit of bounce and carry to keeper, and he's hitting the right lengths, and he will look to, as we see another one angled across the Athenaeus, and he has to play at it. So not only he's bowling well, but he's forcing the batsman with each delivery to have to play a shot, and Athenaeus really is up against a top test examination here from the Grenadian fast bowler.
Yeah, and getting that ball in that area, that uncomfortable area, it seems for Athenaeus. Most of the deliveries passing sometimes well over waist height, just between waist and shoulder. It's very awkward height for a batsman to negotiate, and a little bit of movement. But they need to battle down. I mean, they're not under pressure in any way. They're off to a really good start. And again, Athenaeus late on the shot, and I probably just beaten for pace on this occasion, and lucky the ball didn't go back onto the stump. It was pretty close to the off stump to the keeper.
Yeah, very good over. I think we have to give credit there from Sherman Lewis. Bowled at good pace. He was able to hit some nice lengths in this over. Ball moving across the left-handed batsman. Athenaeus, he wasn't too happy with some of the deliveries he faced. Quite a bit of bounce and extra bounce in the wicket there, extracted by Sherman Lewis. So Lewis will be walking back to his mark at the end of the over, feeling quite good about his performance so far. And he was able to get 2 wickets. I'm not too sure that might be the end of that spell for him, because I think that was about 3 or 4 overs in this spell for him. 3 overs, so he should be looking to extract a save for a couple of overs for the end of the innings.
So he's in a substitute.
It looks like Lewis is in some. Is that Lewis? He looks to be in a bit of discomfort, and he is coming on off, and he would be replaced. I think that's by Johan Jeremiah. So Jeremiah is on the field to replace.
No, that's.
Jeremiah. So Lewis looks to be in a bit of discomfort, and he's looking to seek some attention off the field, and Jeremiah would have some duties as substitute fielders for the Volcanoes green.
Okay. So the Volcanoes green though have been able to put up a break on the scoring in the last over or 2. They would want to continue probably to build some pressure, and in the process hope to pick up a wicket or 2, because they would really need to do that at 145 for 2. I mean, it's an excellent position for the Volcanoes orange, and Kotoy is in discussion with Ryan John there, probably just trying to work out some form of strategy in terms of not only pegging the scoring back, but picking up some wickets, which will in some way to restrict the scoring once wickets are being picked up on a regular basis.
Oh yeah, and I think the 2 bowlers who is operating at the moment, Kotoy and Lewis, they've been responsible for pulling back the run rate a bit, and they'll be looking to add additional pressure to the batsmen. As this one, a flighted delivery on the line of middle stump, walk towards mid wicket, but John L. Eugene, who is in the mid wicket region, short mid wicket, is able to save cleanly, and there is no run. That's a quick single there, put some pressure there on Ryan John, took his eyes off it at the last moment, and we see some aggressive running throughout the innings, and certainly another example between the 2 Dominican batsmen, Hodge and Athenaeus, and John put under pressure and he failed the exam.
Just get a feeling too that Hodge being such an orthodox batsman, probably the fields are just a bit too deep, and they're allowing pretty easy singles with inside the circle.
An expansive shot there from
another chance there, but
from Athenaeus, and John L. Eugene, he's quite busy now in the field. He would have taken an excellent catch earlier on to dismiss Roland Keto, and now he's in the firing lines there in the extra cover region, mid wicket region, and the ball seems to be falling him at the moment. Is that 3 in a row to John
Three
Eugene
in a
there
row,
at the
3 in a row,
mid-wicket
yes.
extra cover region?
This time it was excellent fielding because this one was timed pretty nicely by Hodge.
Oh, yes.
And he had to get across and dive to his left to cut it off. And he didn't only cut it off, but he held on to it quite nicely.
Yeah, it's John Eugene. He's the son of the St. Lucian former Windward Islands
John Eugene, yeah.
player John Eugene, quite an exciting batsman from St. Lucia, and following in the footsteps, some large shoes to follow, and I'm sure also some solid advice in his household, and he has certainly the qualities to be a top player for the Volcanoes for years to come. John Ello, I think, would have been one of those batsmen who would have scored heavily at the youth level. He would have been part of the squads for St. Lucia, the under 15s and the under 19s, and they'd have won multiple titles at the Windward Islands level. So he has, as we said, he comes from a good stock of cricketers, and he is really looking to establish himself now at the senior level. He currently is a student at the University of the West Indies in Cave Hill, and he would be looking to, as many others would have done in recent times, to double up cricket with the academics and see he can earn a spot onto the team, because in recent years we'd have seen the likes of Emmanuel Stewart, one of his example student also, who'd have gone to school and also be playing cricket at the first class level. Number of other players, I think we had Hodge, who'd have gone to UE, Kotoy, also students of UE, and would have been playing cricket at the first class level. So it's nothing strange these days that these guys are able to double up with academics and sports. That would have been done many years ago when we see some of the top sportsmen were also some of the top academic students within our island. So it shows examples to the other players that you can do both, and I think it's really an encouraging sign that the guys are really taking up the opportunity to further education while also playing the sport they love dearly.
No, there's only one definition for IQ, and whether it's cricket in IQ or whether it's academic, we're talking, we need to develop this, and also we need to, this is supposed to be a culture in terms of our players and in terms of how they go forward in life. Yeah.
Yes, we see there is a change of bowling from the southern end of the ground. Sherman Lewis is not hasn't been able to return, and that seems to be Jamal James.
Yes, look like
Jamal James now has the Jamal James, also one of the players who is from the island of St. Lucia. He is a left-handed batsman by trade, so he's just may consider himself as a part-time or off-spin bowler. He's left-handed batsman, and he's one of those contracted players from the Windwards Volcanoes. Is that a bit of leg spin there, Hector, right?
It could have been off break to the left-hander.
Yeah.
And but that was put away too short probably, and just drifting into the pad. And Athens wouldn't miss out on that. He got it away behind square. The fielder who was on the long on boundary, on the back with the fine leg boundary more or less, couldn't get across in time to cut it off.
Yeah, quite a bit of free hit there from James. Based on the you see the lineup options there, Volcanoes, green and orange. Quite a number of bowling options there available to Captain Ambrose, and he's certainly making use of those.
Look, some luck there, as the 150 would have come up, and they're in the 25th over. So I think we were talking earlier, could be in the region of 300 if they bat well from here, 320 probably.
Yes, because when you look at the batsmen in the hut still, we have the likes of Kevin Stout, Dylan Douglas, who is a quite exciting prospect, Taj Tavernier, Asif Hooper, Cyrus, all can bat. So once, if these batsmen continue to bat for a period of time, and in the last 10-15 overs, these other batsmen can really express themselves and really push on the score. So the score 300 at this stage certainly is a distinct possibility for the Volcanoes Orange, as the midway stage of the inning is approached. 25 overs gone, 155 for 2.
Yes, and two batsmen who, well, Athens beginning now to settle down. Hodge has been there from the start, and he should be quite comfortable out there now. As I said, it's sort of very, very hot day, so he doesn't really sap the energy too quickly. Or he shouldn't, I should say, sap the energy too quickly. Although it's probably more of humidity than actual sunlight or hot sun, and sometimes it's a little bit more difficult in terms of breathing when it's humid. But these players have been they should be super fit. They've been basically training for quite a period now. And again, Kerry, this is excellent for cricket in the Windward. Having games like that, being able to come together and play games like that, and so on and so forth. I think it should all go well for Windward cricket.
Oh yes, and I was just having a discussion earlier on this tournament. We are not able to have the Windwards tournament this year. We would have seen maybe 40, 50 plus cricketers competing for their respective islands in the senior tournament, and in lieu of this, we're now able to have these sort of trial matches so that players can selected players from the different islands can come together along with the Volcanoes contracted players to stake a claim for selection. Ideally, you would want to ensure that the if a squad of 13 or 14 from the 4 islands are able to compete, but we all know of the situation which we exist on that. So these efforts by the Volcanoes and the Windward Islands Cricket Board to have these matches, I think, is really commendable, as it gives opportunities to a wide pool of players for consideration for selection.
Just see the ball before Ron Join just fumbling it a few moments in the game so far that he haven't quite seemed to be concentrating the way he should.
Yeah, I think if you can fault the Green for one thing today, it's been their fielding. It has not been at the high standards that we expect some of these individuals players to be at. I'm not too sure if the same game pressure is not there. It's not a competitive match or so they're just not really giving it 100%. But we would normally expect a bit much better from some of these fielders on other occasions in the field.
We think every opportunity is an important opportunity and should be treated as that. And I think this outing is as important as any other. Yeah.
Well, most certainly I agree. But again, as they say, when the lights are brightest, some players perform the best, right? And when there is no lights around, they're just going through the motions. And I hope that is not the situation out there with some of these guys, because at the end of the day, it's being streamed across the region and across the world, and you would want to put on your best performances before the cameras.
But that apart too, you would want to take what you do here up to the next level, because what you do here is what probably you will go forward. Yes. It's like in this technological era where we talk about data and everything else, and when you get your bundles, they tell you that if your plan is over, you can carry it over,
yes, roll over.
Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, roll over the bundle. So you need to play the game here as hard, or even as harder than you put the effort in here, and that is what going to really take you forward, and that is what going to come out. In fact, that is what going to carry you into at the next level.
Yes, as we see, 26 overs gone, and Jamal James, he will continue from the southern end, and again looking to see if they can get a breakthrough. Athens seems to have established himself quite nicely. He's 16, as James continues to bowl to Athens. Short delivery, just dropping a bit short there too. That is John L. Eugene there at mid-on. So Athens live to fight another day with this one dropping short of the field at mid-on.
He's been looking a little bit anxious probably in the last few deliveries. He have been again flashing outside the off stump on this occasion and not making contact. Delivery was a little bit too wide, probably. But I think he just need to keep doing what he's been doing for the next 10 or so overs, and they're not really under pressure, as I said. Again, and chance. You've seen that about twice, 3 times from him
Oh
in recent
yes,
times.
Athens is certainly looking to pile on the runs, but he's not really connecting as cleanly. This one smash back. He looking to pull, but instead he went straight down the ground. Jamal James sort of acrobatically was able to get a palm to it to sort of push it up in the air, but the ball, with the force that it came back to him, it still bubbled behind him, and the batsman crossed so on. But James will be feeling encouraged by the attitude that Athens has exhibited so far.
Yes, unlike Hodge, who is just simply playing each ball on his merit and picking off the singles wherever they're available. And he's again looking to pull deliveries, which is leaving him outside the off stump. He doesn't really, so he's not in control most of the time. You need to probably play the deliveries in the direction which they are going, which is much better on this occasion. A delivery which is leaving him outside the off stump and playing it into the offside.
Yeah, I think as it, one of the general rules as a batsman, you'd want to play the ball in the area he's heading to, right, or from the direction it came from. So playing across the angle of the delivery makes it even more difficult. The ball pitch and turning away from you. Instead, you want to hit it to mid wicket. Why not play it towards the offside, which is a much safer option, as James completes a tidy over in the end. 2 opportunities there for a wicket. 2 of them evaded the Volcanoes green. But it's 27 overs gone, 161 for 2.
Yeah, and just can count himself lucky. Athens to be still there. That maybe giving 2, probably even 3 opportunities to the Volcano Orange during the course of the over. But survives. Yeah.
As we see, Kotoy looks to start another over, and the spinners in action from the both ends of the ground, looking to rush through the overs a bit. Remind you that we had some interruptions earlier on to rain. 27 overs bowl. Kotoy nicely flighted delivery on the line of the leg stump. This one, probably you can see that one was tossed up a bit more. It was even slower. Expecting Hodge to go after it, but as we've been saying, quite experienced, and he knows what Kotoy is up to, the tricks he has up his sleeves. And he said, "Hey, Mr. Kotoy, you're not going to out me today." Just turned it onto the leg side, and he now watched proceedings from the non-striker's end.
The good thing about Hodge is the rotation of the strike. He's turned the strike over on almost every opportunity, which I think something which Athens too have to implement. Try to, instead of looking to hit the skin of the ball every delivery, probably look to pick the singles up. There are a lot of gaps there, and this outfield here, this stadium is a pretty large expanse, so there's lots of gaps, lots of areas where you can nudge the ball in to pick up singles and twos.
Yeah, as we see, Amber sets a few. We have 3 fielders in on the offside. Ryan John was just called up from long off to a mid-on position. Eugene in extra cover. Backward point is Edwards, that makes it James, and Athens realized that there's a lot, as you said, there's a lot of space on the field. He just was able to nudge that one, keep the run sticking over, because at the end of the day there's still 22 overs left at the end of this over. Yeah, you can get 100, but you not get it in 1 over.
Indeed. What's interesting too is that the change of field by Ambrose, he left that entire area from about a straightish mid wicket to backward square really empty, unoccupied, meaning that the left-hander can easily, just with the ball coming into him, pick up rather easy singles in those areas. That's what Athens did.
Oh yes, as probably forcing him to hit in that area, and then he obliged. So no harm done on that occasion by Athens.
Or maybe it was one of the classic instances where a bowler maybe struck into probably through the covers on a couple of occasions through a gap, and the captain decided, okay, I'll plug the gap, and no sooner he plugged the gap, the ball is delivered on the pad, and it's okay. So many of these scenarios we have seen in cricket on many occasions. Again on the pad and tickle fine.
Badly lined delivery there from Kotoy.
He knows it.
Oh yes, would not be happy with that effort as the batsmen. They crossed for 3 excellent running, and they were able to beat the throw in from the long the fine leg a boundary. So 3 more to Athenes. He moves to 21, and after 28 overs, he's 160. 7 for 2.
Maybe the cutter should have apologized to the fielder on the boundary long. It was a long journey, a long run from about backward square towards fine leg almost to feel that it was a bad line delivery. The leg spinner coming into the pad, almost going down the leg side front to the left-hander, who only had to tickle it away and picked up 3 runs.
Jamal James will continue into his 3rd over, and we still haven't seen the likes of Dylan John, the left-hand pacer out of St. Lucia. As we see the ring of fielders now on the onside, we have that would be Bishop. He's at a shot, the 3rd man. At backward point, we have Johan Jeremiah Cotoy in extra cover, and we have the captain himself, Ambris, sort of wideish mid-off position. So it's even much more difficult now for him to pierce that offside ring of fielders.
One thing we notice with Athens though is that he's not one of those modern batsmen who holds the bat aloft, still taps pretty hard at the top. In fact, we could virtually hear it through our microphones, how hard he taps, and he doesn't pick the bat up like the modern players do.
Yeah, I think he's just limiting the amount of energy expand on a shot, because to pick up the bat you have to use a lot of energy. So he says, hey, why not just keep the bat down there, because that's where the ball is going to come anywhere. So he's for these slow bowlers, I think it's there's no harm, but a faster bowler with a shorter pitch delivery or so, may provide some discomfort. But so far, it seems to be working, and that is an excellent shot there from Athenes. Use his feet, and the gap between Ambris and Kotor is not maybe just about 10 meters, and he was able to find the gap there. Excellent shot from the youngster from St. Dominica.
Yes, beautiful shot, and well, probably in last over we've seen him maybe just settle down a bit now and just decide to play his ball on his merit, and it's a pretty well again outside the off stump, and this time finding the extra cover fieldsman.
So that's the end of over number 29. And for 29, it's 171 for 2. Alec Athenes is 25. Kavim Hodge is 44. So it's going to be more words from you, Justin Hector, and you'll be joined by Rifal Crony.
Yes, well, the Volcano Orange at 171 for 2. I think they're in a very, very good position, and probably barring the weather intervention again by the weather anytime during the course of the day, one expect to see a pretty decent total and a pretty good run chase as the fielders, the players break for some refreshment. Rafael Crony slips in alongside me. We are talking first thing, Crony, about Athenes, and we hear so much these days about trigger movements and all of these things that would have come into cricket in recent times, and different styles and different ways in which batsmen sets themselves up. And Athenes, as we were saying, is one of those old school batsmen who simply tap away at the crease until the bowler almost deliver. Your view on that?
Yeah, you're so right about that. I think so many things would have changed, but there are some players that will still maintain some of the basic things in terms of what should happen in terms of batting. But I don't know, as you say, he's a talented player, and he's one of the players that seemingly uses his feet also. As we look at his inning, he seems to be very nimble on his feet. It's something that we have not been seeing in cricket lately in terms of players being able to use their feet. That's a good positive sign of him in terms of the fact that he's so nimble on his feet to be able to use his feet. As you know, Justin, I mean, it's an area that we have a lot of concern about in terms of batsmen being able to play spin effectively.
Yeah.
And to do so, that's one of the attributes. You must be able to use your feet.
Ryan John takes it up from the northern end. And once again, Hodge in that zone. Just remain in that zone and constantly just keep doing the same thing. Just pushing the ball into the gaps, picking up the singles, waiting on the bad delivery, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. And probably it will be a good thing for Athens also to pick up, to take a page from the book of Hodge and probably look to pick up a few more singles. There were opportunities there probably where you thought that he was looking to play the big shots when he could have just picked some singles up, placed the ball into open areas and pick up singles, because as I was saying, it's a big field. There's a lot of gaps around, so maybe that's the one thing probably he need to work on in his game. And as we were saying also, Crony, the opportunities that is presented here in a game like that, in opportunities like that, the players should really take that.
I certainly would agree with you in regards to Hodge. He's now become one of the mature players on Windwards Volcanoes. I mean, I know him quite a bit coming off the under-19. Actually, when he came off the under-19, obviously I think at that time I was one of the persons in charge of the selection panel. And since from then he showed that he had the ability to do well, to bat well. And he would have progressed. He came up now to the Windwards Volcanoes and has showed a great deal of maturity. The inning that he's playing today again illustrates, how confident he is. He's actually building an inning, not looking to take the skin off the ball, but he's going to push it around. He's going to pick up the singles and so forth, and still he's going to put away the bad balls. And this maybe is one of the things we are lacking in most of our cricket now, in terms of batsmen being able to build an inning. And he's really showing that he can concentrate for a long period of time, and he can build an innings.
Yeah. Volcano Green, although for 173 for 2 now. The Volcano Green, however, you will wonder think that they haven't quite acquitted themselves as well as they could have in the field. There's been a few fumbles in fielding conditions, basically, or outfield conditions, which is pretty decent, pretty good. But we've seen a few fumbles and so on. Probably, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, there have been some weaknesses in the fielding area. This ball was stroked down to mid-on position by Altanas. He picked up one more, and he's on playing a pretty good run so far. He's on 26. The score moved to 174. We've seen some flaws. We saw a catch job by Teddy Bishop pretty early. We've seen some misfield. We've seen an overthrow, went for 4 overthrows and so forth. There have been some little flaws in the fielding of the Volcanoes Green, and certainly they wouldn't be happy about that.
Again, good running and good. Athens probably now beginning to just settle in a bit better and looking to exploit these areas and pick up singles as he just did. I think that's what they need to do at this stage, Crony. After 30 overs, it's about that period just before they launch the final assault. Probably in another 10 or so overs, probably play normal cricket for another 10 overs, and probably with 8 wickets in hand, we'll begin to see some kind of acceleration. And from 175 for 2, we would want to project that they should get in excess of 300, 320.
Yeah, I would say at least 300. I mean, you have 125 in 20 overs. I think that's highly possible that can happen. But yeah, this pair would want to bat on maybe 10, 12 overs and push it on, and then begin to really attack. Particularly if they have not lost any wicket within that period of time, then it put them in a really good position to even get more than 320. But 175 for 2 in the 31st over really is a good effort by the Volcano Green, and really Hodge is now on 45. Right. I make it has really cemented himself and playing well.
Yes, and Athena is also now beginning to probably look. He's looking a little bit better than he was probably 15 minutes ago, and that's a pretty good start. But that's what you want to see from our batsmen. When you encounter conditions like this, you need to make very good use of it. Really, it's excellent condition for batting. The bowlers have also gotten a little bit out of it. Shaman Lewis did get it to move a bit away from and into the right hander and away from the left hander. So there was something there for both. But I think generally the pitch has played very well. Batsman was able to trust the bounce and whatever movement they were able to deal with it, and has found themselves in a position now where they're 177 for 2.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. When you have a situation and you find a wicket, a pitcher is playing so well, you need to take advantage of it. This one is hit to mid on there, and you could see Alton is looking to hit this one somewhere over long on. Didn't get hold of it, and he only picked up a single in the process.
But you must give credit to the fielding there of Eugene, and probably a glimpse of what we used to see from his dad at that level, the standard of fielding, of outfielding. On the contrary, John, who have had a torrid time so far, not a very good time at all in the field. He fumbled blessed probably about the third or fourth one. I could remember him fumbling. Not as clinical as he normally is.
Yeah, conditions are really good for cricket. Not too hot, but really ideal. Again, Altona's really on the attack. He was back and he hit this one well, just straight to the backward point. Good stop by that. Looked like Lewis.
Yeah,
point there who will make a good stop. But again, both batsmen really continue to bat on. Really no difficulty. As you said, a wicket they should really make use. Bat on. You don't give away your wicket cheaply. When you have this situation, you take full advantage of it.
Well, in the last probably 10 or so overs, though, you get the feeling that Ambers have been able to exercise a little bit more control, and the bowlers have kept it a little bit tighter, and therefore I think we would want to continue to do that. Sean outside, you have some wide to Hodge, and again a brilliant bit of fielding again. They feel that that's Kotoy behind point on the offside. So the effort, they have been putting in the effort. The Greens, I think they started very well, but I think they're coming into the game a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. There have been some lapses, but I think this squad of players have been doing a lot of work here in Grenada. I know that the training aspect of it have been a high level, and they have been consistent in working and in making sure they are fit, and we are seeing glimpses of it. We know that this team, this squad of players are pretty fit, and so we expect a high level, in terms of their performance on the field. And as you rightly said, we saw Eugene in the last over moving nicely to his left, make a dive and stop, and we see Kotoy, who we know a very good fielder, and it has really been feeling well in the gully. So it's a squad of players that we know are really fit and expect to perform at the high level. Ryan John, who has bowled well, this one is beat the backward point, but they only pick up a single as the third man comes off the boundary and move to his right. So that's one more to Hodge, who moves to 48. Been a pretty good innings. And Alex 28. The score at 180 for the loss of 2 wickets. And really, they have found themselves in a very good position to build what would be a really challenging score.
That's what you want. You want his batsmen to put the scores, put the runs together. And I know that some of the guys will have been involved in the Vinci Premier League competition T10 in recent times. We've seen very good performances from the likes of Ryan John himself, Emmanuel Stewart, and some of the Grenadians who were on show there. We saw pretty good performances from them, and so I think generally too, with the entire Windwards will be following those players pretty closely,
Yeah,
and looking at the progress.
And I really think that the authorities of the Windwards, should be commended. The fact that despite what is happening in the world today, we have been able to have a squad of players coming in one venue, and the necessary things are being done to make sure that these players can train, these players can play. Having been able to play this game here today, is really a compliment of the organizers, the CEO. I think is Dwayne Gill, and the rest of the Winners Board, who would have done really well in terms of making sure that something is happening. Now we are placed in a position where we don't only have a squad of 14 contracted players, but we have quite a number of our emerging players who now has an opportunity to really perform. That's outside the Winners tournament. So it's a wider, you have a wider cadre of players, so that they're able to choose from, and certainly puts the Winners cricket really in a better position. All the players know, instead of the 14 or 20 odd players being brought up to standard, so that anything happens, you can afford to call on someone to be able to get replacement, as the case may be. You're not missing any cricket now, just a little break, a little water break. But I think they would have done, Justin, they would have done a marvelous job in terms of having these players in such a state that anyone know is being called up, they are in a position to respond.
Yes, and that's what you want. That's what you want of your squad. You want to ensure that you should be in a state of preparedness and readiness at any time you're called, and I think but that's been very good. And also, Raphael, we cannot forget the GCA and the efforts in which they would have put in terms of ensuring that things are put in place and things go in a particular way. So you see the players just having a little break just underneath the Reds dressing room. And also I would also want to congratulate the GCA for being last week, after the elections of officers being returned in a block, as you call it.
Yeah, no, again, certainly, I certainly would also want to add my congratulations. I think it's indicate that something good have been happening, they have been working, and therefore persons really doesn't see the need to interrupt something that is going right,
yes.
or something that is going good.
If it's working, don't fix it.
So I think it was a good meeting, and I would just want to compliment each person that have been elected. I thought that for the last 2 years the Cricket Association would have done tremendously well. I mean, there's a lot more that can be done, but really I think that they have, in terms of the plan and where they want to go, I think we have made a lot of strides, and therefore I think now that this body has been returned, again, just would encourage person now to continue moving, and a lot of compliments to the president, I think, who already led the way.
Yeah, and of course yourself too, who is working hard behind the scene, trying to revamp some of the parishes which aren't quite up and running the way they should. And also in your own parish, the work you're doing there, and of course, as I said, you more importantly, yes, trying to get each parish to get up to that level of where they should be.
Yeah, and I think it's an important part of the structure, the Grenada Cricket Association. It's imperative that our parishes uh, bring bring themselves up to a stage where they can function as a unit. No, you want to make sure that each parish is so organized. And if a parish is organized, it therefore means that you will have a stronger cricket association, and this is what you want. You have elected members. Yes, the members are elected, but without the support of the parishes, without the organization of a structured parish, you are going to find that you're going to have difficulty. And this, to me, is one of the challenges we are facing in development of our cricket. For when the association sit, decisions are made, the way it's charted to go a specific direction, and it does not go back to the parish, or who the parish have does not report back. I think that's a major flaw, and therefore I believe it's critical that our parishes that we live a standard in terms of our operation, in terms of our organization. And if that is done, I feel confident that the Cricket Association will be a strong one. And therefore, we're going to see a lot more things happening at the Cricket Association. I know at Hector, as you know, there are plans to move to the next level next year, starting with the 2020 tournament. And we really hope that things would work out so well that we're going to have that start in January. But in terms of the plan and the intention, and I mean, the president do have major plans that we do want to unfold. But he alone can't do it. He will need the support of the rest of the parish. And that is why I think from for where I sit, I would try to do all that I can do to make sure that we get at a level where we can really make this sort of input that we need to make for the Cricket Association to move to the next level.
Yeah, and we've seen so much of our Grenadian cricketers getting to various levels throughout in terms of West Indies cricket at all levels, at all age levels. We need to ensure not only in Grenada but in the Windwards that structure is in place to develop these players from the earliest time, from the grassroots level to the senior level. Yeah, because we've seen the virtual disconnect of players after they would have gone to maybe under 15, under 17, and then there's a disconnect, and then these players sometimes disappear to parts unknown. I don't know if it's because there is that structure isn't quite in place, and it seems to be a thing of I think not only it's not unique to Grenada, but maybe the Windwards and the wider Caribbean,
Well, it's 181 for 2. We had 32 overs bowled as we resumed just after the water break. Hodges on 48. Alec Alternas is on 29. Alec faces the next delivery, which is played to mid-wicket. Yeah, just amble a single. Again, coming off the inside edge. And takes his score on to 30.
Probably just done in the flight there, because probably looking to hit that one a lot straighter. And maybe a little bit of drift, and maybe took it into him and he just come off the inside edge. But probably best sunshine we've had for the morning.
Yeah, it's beautiful beautiful sunshine. Hodge again pushes his one down to mid-wicket, pick up one more. He moves closer to 50 on 49. It's actually 50, just to confirm he's now at 50. And certainly would have played a very good mature inning. And this is what you want from a captain who's going to put his head down and he's going to lead from in front.
It's almost like the glue that which holds everything together. So important that one end is sewn up in a certain way. In that way, certain ends have been looking a lot more fluid and when playing into the onside. Just in a picture, crony of the mountains flashed across the screen, and has gotten a little bit hotter, yes, but probably a little bit more humid. And it's not anything having to do with the weather. We cannot see unless if the camera men will probably give us a shot of the Granitang area, see what is happening behind our backs. Yeah,
Well,
but for now it's pretty
I
good.
think it's a period of time that we expect to have some challenges with the weather. You know, we did have quite a bit of rain last week, a few of the days, and yesterday was a pretty hot day. It was a good one. Today started off really, really well, and then there was just a slight shower, and then after it, the sun come out brightly. Right now the sun is shining pretty hot, but I look to our left a bit, just look a little bit on the dark side. But
Yeah, so it's beautiful weather though. It looks pretty good.
you
Just
know,
wearing our backs.
yeah.
Lovely cloud. I don't know what type of cloud. It's not.
Yeah,
probably be able to tell us what type of cloud that we just saw.
Yeah.
It just look like.
But we want to give
cloud that will bring the rains.
Justin, again, we want to give the our technical guys in terms of serious credit in terms of what they have been able to produce.
And
in terms of this coverage of this game, I think they have been doing a really marvelous job. It's the first really we have had it in Grenada, and so far, you know, it's really have been very good.
Yes, and in this age of sport tourism, you know, maybe to sell our country, Larry Edwards, see, yeah.
185 for 233 overs being bowled. Larry Edwards from this Northern and picks up the attack, and his first delivery is played back to him, and the score remains at 185 for 2. Hodge 51, Alterners on 31, and we are into over number 34. As Hodge, who have played so well, pushes it to cover, and really good and macho in play by Kevin Hodge, you know, and this is what we want as leaders. You know, you have the situation that you need to really go for it.
So Larry Edward has been on target so far. Yeah. So he's bowling from the northern end, or the Dabo end. He's bowling to Hodge. And again, a delivery well pitch up. This time Hodge able to get a single. It's good variation by Edwards. First two deliveries was a lot flatter, and this one given a little bit more air and probably just drifting into Hodge. So
yeah, we have seen that he's not pushing it towards you are doing, and you know, and in condition like these where wickets are playing so well, you have to use you have to use a lot of variation, give it some flight, allow the batsman to look up, and he's come back from this northern end and just seeming to slow it down and to give a lot of air, and which obviously will cause the batsman to think and not being able to just play freely through the line the ball is coming on. So I think it's a good sign we are seeing.
Yeah, it's a good thing because he's known to have been a little bit flat, and the fact that he needs to, you know, I guess it's his first over and he has to now work out probably the best speed for the surface which he's playing on. That's so important. It has become so scientific that, you know, even as a bowler, you probably have to quickly work out your best speeds, especially as a spinner, based on the conditions and on the pace of the pitch and everything else, in terms of your effectiveness.
Yeah, most certainly. It's 187 for 2 after 34 overs. Alterners on 35, and just adjustment in terms of the hot score. As we know, he opened in today and had been a long period, and just to confirmation from the scorers, he's actually on 68, and not, you know, the score that we were given. Not having the facility of having the individual scores, just having to check with the scorers. So he's 68, and Alterners
again very nimble on his feet, as you keep mentioning. Quickly, not afraid at all to use his feet to the spinners and looking to do so on every opportunity. And he seemed to be more of a very off-sided player. He's gone though outside the off stump, maybe having a flash once too often. Yeah, delivery outside the off stump and probably on this occasion, probably losing his shape, Crony. Probably look to, I don't know, probably look to.
Well, I think we need to
go
give
over the
the
top.
bowler some credit there. I think it was a quicker delivery and being able to bounce a bit, and he was looking to cut, and it's
Way
a
too
shot
close
that
to
he had
him,
been playing well. Probably was a bit too close to him.
Yeah.
As we look at the replay here, you know, he was looking to cut and just take the top part of the bat, and just as he cut more or less under. Took the top of the bat, and it was well taken behind the stump. But again, the bowlers, give it some credit. I think it was a quicker delivery, and obviously looking to take advantage of shortish in length, but probably beaten by the pace of it.
And again, one of the things you was talking earlier about probably losing the shape, and he was virtually drawing away from the line of the ball, which means that he wasn't playing the ball probably under the eyes. So he wasn't close enough to the delivery, and could have been could have been the reason why he.
Yeah, you're certainly right. I mean, he was pulling away, so not really in the right position. On top of it, a good wicket. I think the Volcanoes Green would have toiled very hard or worked very hard, and as we see, we spoke about the variation that our spinners had to know bowl with. It's not just coming in and just bowl, but you have to use really a lot of skill in an effort to get as much as you need to get out of that wicket. And I think it was not a bad delivery. But again, Alton also, it was, I think, beaten because of the pace of that delivery.
That's who's there now. Is that Stout?
Stout is.
Is that? You see? Well, we confirm that anyway.
Yeah. As you see,
so success for the Greens.
Kevin Stout and from Barbados, and we want to just make sure it's 3 down for 187 in the 35th over. This ball is played to a good stop by the field at wide mid on. A short mid wicket, a short mid on.
So it's 187 for 3. So you see Hodges are the non-strikers in. And a really wide, broad brim hat. Just any type of hat that was made famous by Richie Richardson.
Yeah.
Broad brim hat.
We would have seen quite a bit more of those hats earlier.
Variations, yeah. That's our delivery. The new batsman is off the mark.
Yes, Stout is off the mark.
The score goes on to 188. So a pretty quiet period though in the game, Rooney.
Yeah, with the fall of this wicket, certainly we can put things will probably get a little tight, but bad delivery here, and Hodge would have taken advantage of it. It can be stopped just inside the boundary, and the batsman will probably pick up 3.
And 3 there was, and again, good shot. Unlike Athens previously, a short delivery outside the off stump, and Hodge was able to go back and stay on top of the delivery and pierce a gap probably which was about less than 10 meters. Was able to get it through and picking up 3 runs.
Yeah, that's the way you play the short delivery. You need to get on top of it, get over it. And I think he was in really good position. I think the reason why he didn't go so quickly to the boundary again is because of the pace of the ball, but he was in good position on top of it, hit it down the backward square, and it was stopped just about a meter inside before the boundary.
So Larry Edwards will continue.
191 for 3 it is after 35, and the right-handed Stout.
Hodge, yeah, and again I'm getting another single back up to long on. So seldom see Hodge, as we were saying, stray from his form, from what he's doing. He keep doing the same thing over and over. Really consistent, and I think it's reflecting in his performances. So Edward has a chance against the new batsman. Again, good delivery, good flight, and it's good to see Edward really flighting the ball. I mean, if there was one criticism of him, would have been the fact that he just darted through a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's so important.
Again, foolish length, and the batsman almost yocking himself.
The importance of flighting, the difficulty to, because you then had to think, not just going to the shot, but you had to think, you had to adjust, you had to judge, which make it somewhat difficult, more difficult for the batsman.
A little shorter, but probably quicker. And the batsman,
variation.
Yeah, very quicker. Delivery almost rushing into the pad. It has gotten appreciably darker, Crony. Maybe just down the ground, he would be caught. He should be, yes, Bishop. Again, this time Larry celebrates, and we probably saw 3 or 4 different deliveries, Crony, in terms of variation. And this time the batsman looking to go over the top. Probably not the ideal thing to do, having just come to the crease, not getting the pitch of the pace of the wicket or anything like that. So the Volcano Orange were in danger of throwing away a good position, as again good flight, well pitched up, tempting the batsman to go after it. He didn't have the elevation because I think of the length.
Yeah, and added to that, I don't think that Stott would have done anything but just a swing. Yeah. His foot wasn't really to the pitch of it, and so. But credit to the bowler. Credit to the bowler in terms of the flight. We saw the variation in this over, and this is what we have been calling for. You're going to throw the ball up, and it makes it much more difficult for the batsman. You have to do much more work in an effort to get it effectively. So good bowling, and certainly another good blue stroke there by the Volcanoes green.
Yeah, and the yellow and the orange probably in danger of probably it would be a shame if they would throw that throw away that position which they're in, where probably half an hour ago we were projecting a score of somewhere 320, and they still can get that. I mean, 192 for 4. In terms of what is still in the hut, they still can get that. Hodge is still there, and Hodge, can change his game. He can change the tempo at any time. But it's even more important now, the fact that Hodge is there, and probably it's more important now that he bats right to the end.
The right-hander Douglas comes into strike, and Dylan Douglas and Vincent, and he's one of the development players. And hard hitting batsman.
Yes, yeah.
Certainly
decent T10 tournament.
At the end of this 36 over, it's 192 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, and as I said, it's so Coney, Troy George will join you.
Yeah,
for the next period.
Yeah. 192 for 4, and certainly 2 important blows struck by the Volcanoes green, picking up those 2 wickets. Kavem Hodge, who has opened the batting, continues to play well, continue to cement his position. He's 72. As I welcome back Troy, really the Volcanoes green just seemingly looking to make some input as Kotoy picks up the attack from that southern end.
Yes, sort of disappointing for the Volcano Orange, but definitely the Volcano Green colors has definitely pulled back some after a brilliant start from the opening pair, and I think the spinners has really proved and has gotten rewards for their discipline in their bowling. And as we were saying, in terms of they're using their variations and flights, and have definitely bogged down the Volcano Oranges at this stage. but still capable of still getting 270. Another 13 or so overs to go, and still have some big hitters in the Volcano Oranges. So I'm still thinking that probably 250 is keen.
Well, I think you were the one that been speaking of. At this point, it played down to third man. 2 more runs to Kavim Hodge takes him to 74. I think you were the one that was spoken about in terms of 270. I've been saying 260, 270 for the morning. So let's see how close we get to that. I know Hector was talking 300, 320, but with loss of those 2 wickets, obviously different dimension in terms of what we expect.
Oh yes, definitely. I think it was Dillon who got that 2 runs. 300, 320 might be ideal for the batting team, but certainly I believe a more reasonable total might be 270, 280, and the way that the Volcano Greens now has that confidence that they can probably even restrict them even further. It would take some doing right now to kind of recollect the batting approach by the Volcano Orange, and start, as Hodge been there from start and is consolidating and probably buying his time when to attack and to pick up the pace.
Yeah, well, with the fall of 2 wickets, obviously going to put a little more pressure. They certainly will have to think a lot more as we conclude another over, and that's a single to bring the score to 196 at the end of 37 overs. And as you said, with just 13 overs to go.
Yeah, a single by Dillon. He's a very aggressive type of player. Would expect him to open up his shoulders a bit anytime soon. If he gets anything given by the bowlers. He's a chancy batsman. He would probably play some reverse sweeps if he feels like it today. But maybe he wants to probably get himself in a bit and get some runs on the board, and then probably take some chances after.
This is neatly played down to third man. The backward point has some running to do. Again, as you said, Troy, Dillon, they just looking to pick the gaps and played it well down to the third man area.
Well, it's the ideal thing to do at this point. You lost a couple wickets, some key batsmen who probably could have put that pedal on the metal to get you to a big total. And now it's about really trying to be creative, trying to get the singles, get the blood flow running, get the score ticking, and give the Volcano Greens some time to think about something else and change. As you can see, a change in field placement here, and I think that's the right thing to do. As a batsman coming in, to get that energy and get that thought process in where you want to score your runs and how you want to score your runs.
Short delivery by Edwards, quicker delivery, but during the last few overs we have seen a change in terms of the bowling of Larry Edwards. He have been able to really slow down the pace. He have been able to do much more. Flight uses variation, the quicker one, and as such, we have been successful, but certainly we have seen a difference in terms of the way he's bowling. Yeah,
I certainly think that the pitch has dried out a bit and the ball is a little bit softer, so he can get a lot more grip onto the ball. I think he has confidence now that with some turn that he can use his variations in terms of his dots as a surprise delivery into the right-handers, and use the turning ball with his left arm to create some doubt in the batsman's mind.
Against Joe down to long off by Hodge, who continues to look really, really well. Seem to be fully in control of things outside there, and really seem to steering his team in the right direction.
Yes, he has shown that time and time again, and has assessed the pitch pretty well from the go. and now it's just about consolidating and thinking about, okay, what is the best total or what is a good total that we can really defend in here, and personally probably thinking, hey, can I get 100 with that stat that I have? So far the pitch has been pretty well cut field, couple patches there and there, but so far the outfield has been fast. Once it passed the infield, it's more than likely would get to the boundary. So batsmen are a lot bit easier, knowing that when they play shots, that they do worth for it.
Kotai really in his second spell of bowling. And Hodge continues to look very easy as he plays this one down to long on. He's 74.
Yeah, I guess the captain is thinking here is, I'm going to change up a couple areas, see if the wind direction might help and aid in the leg spin of Kotai. And probably just trying to get in a lot more overs at the same time, while he gears up for his dead bowlers. And I think Lewis probably is out for a bit, so you probably want to try and get in as much overs from his spinners as possible. At the same time too, to curve the flow of runs, and they've been doing a good job at that. So why change something that is working?
And the field for Kotai is a short third man, backward point, cover on the boundary, cover and a long off. The leg side, a long on, mid wicket, backward square, and a deep mid wicket. The leg spin of Kotai, right arm. This is one of the few shots we have seen played by Hodge that he didn't seem to be in control. And the short, long hop delivery, and certainly would have bounced and away from him, but he was able to pull it just to the left of the mid wicket and picked up 2 runs.
Yes, and that would definitely give you an indication of how the wicket would be playing. Getting some grip from the spinners, and it would be difficult for the batsman to actually play those free-flowing shots, cuts, and possibly maybe getting stuck up through mid-wicket or deep mid-wicket at the same time. And I think that's one of the ploys that the skipper and the Volcano Greens are probably looking for in terms of those areas of getting a wicket, deep mid-wicket and short mid-wicket, with those short balls that may not come as fluent as the batsman would want.
We have seen this Dillon going for a big swing and not really getting hold of this one. Again, you could see him having to reach for it, and he went down to deep backward square and he picked up 2, but really not in control of that shot.
Yeah, but it's not surprising for me for Dillon to play those shots. He's that kind of guy that would want to play that slug sweep over deep mid wicket or over mid on at the same time. So it's not surprising for him to take those chances. But he can play them and play them successfully at that. So he know what he's doing. It would be nice to see if he can get them off. Love to see when a batsman challenges the spinners and put them off their game. Haven't seen anyone more than that's Antonis chipping down the wicket to the spinners and trying to get them off their targets.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it certainly adds to the game when you are able to see a player that's going to chip, going to use his feet. It adds a lot of excitement. To the game. And Hodge was beaten. So again, one of are we seeing a little bit lapse in concentration there? This again, he was looking to pull this one. I sort of sweep. Was looking to take from outside the off stump, maybe again to hit through mid wicket.
Not exactly. I think he was trying to find room to carve that through covers, but Edwards using his variation and slanting that one into Hodge, who probably were expecting it to turn a bit, and got stuck up. And I think that's the pressure that the spinners have put, and the wicket at the same time has created for the batsmen, who are not free in scoring, and they are now thinking of different ways of trying to keep the score ticking without losing another wicket.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. They didn't have a very good over bowled by Edwards. He really has really turned things around and is bowling much better, creating some doubts in the minds of the batsmen. And as you said, the difficulty to score now, it's more difficult to score now than what we have seen before. So then at the end of 40 overs, 208 for 4, Hodge continues on 79, and Dylan Douglas is on 10, as we now see the signal for the last 10 overs to be bowled.
Well, certainly now, I think that would give the Volcano Oranges some chance to probably capitalize and get some quick runs. I definitely think that Dillon or Hodge, who has been the mainstay, would definitely try to take on the Volcano Green attack. Certainly, I would like to see at least one of them trying to chip down and take the Volcano bowlers off their stride and their areas where they have been very, very consistent.
Well, we holding at here 270, so someone has to go in the 41st over. Hodge, who has been there from the beginning, 79, and Douglas. Swept down to backward square. He pick up another single.
Yeah, I think currently, if you do the calculations, 10 overs, you go 4 and over, that's 40. That's close to 250. You have 6 wicket in hand. I think they card it to go at least 6 and over. So I'm backing myself for 270, 250, 270. And probably 280 being the final total.
Okay, let's see how close we get to it. Another single by Dylan Douglas, as this one is choked down to the long on, and the Ambler single. But yeah, I agree with you in terms of this spinners on now. Obviously the ball is a bit older. They are bowling a lot slower, and this one is hit well over long on. Good shot by Hodge, as again the use of his feet, and he chipped down and hit it really smoothly over long on and went for 6.
Right timing, proper selection of the ball and the shot to really dispatch that for 6, and that is what I was looking for, someone to really chip, because the spinners have been very accurate. They've been very consistent at that spot for a while, and it's good to see that Hodge took the opportunity, chipped down easily, and executed that 6 in a very good way.
Yeah, good positive shot by Hodge. Really, it was nice to see the use of the feet. Douglas just trying to, probably a little sweating of the hands, just trying to make sure that the hands is properly dried.
I just think it's a definite ploy by the bowler, just to say, all right, here's what. Let me give him something else to think about. He just chipped down. Hit me for 6. Let me think about what he wants to do here now. So I don't think it's anything really sweaty of him. His hands ball. It was a normal ploy by bowlers and spinners to recollect after being hit for a boundary.
Hodge pick up 2 more as he really steered that delivery neatly down to the slips, and now he cutting well. That backward point on the boundary have some work. A good stop. He really had to move to his right and just stopped it just before it crossed the boundary. But again, good shot, as that ball was short outside the off stump, hit down the backward point for 2. Takes his score to 90, and the end of some 41 over. Troy looking to get to 270 at least. Is 220 for 4, and after a few words from you, Troy, Kerry's going to take it off from here.
Yes, look like I might have to up the total a bit. 270, 280 might be 290 might be more likely at this stage. And that's what happens when you chip down to a spinner, hit him over his head over long on for 6, creates the doubt in the bowler's mind whether to send that ball back up. And as you can see, Kotoy pulling down and Hodge getting an opportunity to cut that. But brilliant stop by Redhead on the boundary. Very, very, very brilliant feeling. That's the sort of feeling that you expect. Stop 2 runs there. And I think the bowler would have, as he did, applauded. Brilliant feeling. And would have stopped a certain 4, Kerry. Welcome.
Oh, yes. Redhead, big fast bowler. He was able to get down. He was able to do quite a good bit of fielding there, save his team 2 runs. Redhead is known for putting out the effort in the field. Even in the GCA Super 50 tournament, I remember him picking a brilliant catch in a similar area of the field. So he's no rabbit in the field, and he has certainly put in the good works on that occasion.
Yes, definitely.
So it's going to be Larry Edwards. He's going to continue proceedings from the northern end into over number 42. And the 2 batsmen at the crease, Dylan Douglas, he's on 12. With him is Captain Hodge, who is on 90. And as you suggested, it's really the action time of the innings. 8 overs to go, 6 wickets in hand. We can really expect them to look to go about 7-8 runs and over, which will really push them closer to the 280, 290 total. Yes,
I think anytime now, I would probably in the next 2 overs or so, you would see your dead bowlers coming in. Your Ryan John, see Redhead is looking to warm up, so you probably see your fast bowlers coming in and trying to get those balls deep into the crease, bowling some wide Yorkers, probably slower balls, and inviting the batsmen into different stroke plays. But definitely you want your key dead bowlers, and I think Ryan John and Lewis would be your prime suspects to come in at any time now to carve whatever total the Volcano Oranges will be looking to get.
Yeah, I think those Ryan John is known for his bags of tricks, especially the latter part of the innings. As you said, he's really rely on heavily. Would Lewis come back based on him going out all year is yet to be seen. But certainly Ryan John would have a role to play in this innings. And I think one of the things we must note also is that though the orange has been scoring quite steadily, I don't think that after the initial burst, I think that the green has done relatively well to sort of contain the scoring a bit. After the first 50, I thought was scored like in the first 5 or 6 overs. So they did well to pick up wickets here and there, and 4 wickets so far, and to contain the batsmen to 223 for 4 after 42 overs. 8 overs to go, and as you would have alluded to, we're going to see some change in the bowling from the southern end. Kotoy is replaced by that's Nicholas Redhead, and one thing I observed from Redhead is that for the fast bowler, it's relatively very short run-up. If you notice, it's just maybe about 10 meters or so from the umpire, and he's at the crease. Normally those are the traditional fast bowlers in those mold of Redhead, big, strong fast bowler. They tend to lengthen the runway a bit so that they can have more space to take off. But he's one of those, bowlers who really use a lot of arm strength in his bowling. So I think he just needs to get to the crease and use his arms to put down the balls where he wants it.
Yeah, but too, he's a bustling type of bowler. Runs in to the wicket hard. He has been working on his fitness really well. So I think he thinks if he can probably hit 15 yards out and come in hard to the wicket would be better for him. Sometimes you see actor having probably a 25-yard run up coming in bustling. Oh, yes. And that's some serious fitness for a fast bowler to come from that length and to do it. But Arnold Donald has that sort of length, and sometimes the rhythmatic bowlers do want that sort of that development to come into the wicket and to carry them. And some persons feel like 10, 15, 17 yards out is good for me. I have confidence in that. It helps me to preserve a lot of energy at the same time too. So whatever works best for you, I think as a fast bowler, it's up to you at the same time.
Oh yes, and I think we also have to know you are a former fast bowler yourself that it can be quite a grueling task to be out there in the sun here at the National Stadium at 17 minutes to 1. The sun is hot all over the island, but here at the National Stadium it seems to be turned up a few extra degrees when you're out there in the middle. So why should he be running in from 45 yards when he can just
Right.
take 2 steps and get to the wicket?
Most definitely. And to bend your back on a pitch that is not really too for your liking, it would definitely take a toll on your legs and your arms.
Most definitely, as we see a short delivery pulled straight down to the fielder there. I make it to be Teddy Bishop at this square boundary.
It's Lewis actually.
Oh, Sherman Lewis, that is Sherman Lewis. I think both he and Teddy has similar caps, and that would be a disappointing shot there from Dylan Douglas. The ball was shot, he saw it early, came back, he pulled, but he hit it so well that all Sherman Lewis had to do was just gather himself and pouch the ball in front of his face. Another wicket down for Volcanoes. Dylan John is gone for 13.
Hodge actually.
Oh, sorry, that's Kavim Hodge, the captain. Would be quite disappointed getting out for 91. Caught Sherman Lewis, and you see the captain goes for 91. 9 short of what would have been a well-played century here in the intra-squad matchup between the Orange and Greens. But it's now time for a new batsman at the crease, the quite strapping Taj Tavernier, wicketkeeper batsman out of Dominica, student at the UWK field. He will have an opportunity to express himself in the final 7.5 overs of the innings.
Yes, disappointing for Hodge. Played really well up to that point. Was a sit-up delivery actually is one of his strong points, and sometimes some of your strong points do get you into difficulties. Pulled it really well, timed it really well. It was flat, and Sherman caught it just shoulder height to the boundary. So probably a couple of meters left or right, and probably could have gotten a boundary. Yeah, definitely. So disappointing, but well played. 91. You would have probably hoped to get that 3-figure, but 9-run shot.
Yeah, sometimes they say because you have a bowler, you have a witness for a batsman has a weakness, you bowl to the weak areas, but sometimes you can just back yourself and bowl into strong areas. Overconfidence might get the better of him, and I think that is what was his undoing in that occasion. He saw the ball shot, he felt he could have hit it cleanly out of the park, and he just was able to find the lone fielder there on the super position on the boundary. So kudos to Nicholas Reddett. He gets the important wicket of Hodge, and now it's the new batsman at the crease.
Yes, and that would do really well for Redhead. Not a bad start in his first spell, and coming back, his captain asking him to come back and producing, a wicket-taking delivery, and that he did. And probably Hodge might be surprised with the pace from Redhead. And probably that would have, led him to his downfall.
Oh yes, Redhead. I think he's bowled overall. He's bowled quite well today. He had a few deliveries, and that's a little bit mishap there in the field from the fielders. That is Eugene. Eugene doing the cleanup actually on the boundary. So the batsmen, they scamper through for 2. So 2 more runs to the total. Douglas, he moves to 15. With him is Tavernier on 1. It's 227 for 5. 7 overs left. 42. That's 42 balls. Run-up ball will get them 269. We say 7 runs and over. 275, 280 is on the cards.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. It might be difficult where you have 5 wickets down, but I still think that 270 is still gettable. Don't know too much of.
Well, you still have a few batsmen left in the hut. You have the likes of
Tavernier.
Tavernier, he's at the crease right now, but you have Asif Fupa and Daryl Cyrus, who can both hit the ball quite well. As you know, Daryl Cyrus quite well from local socket. He's one who can really, use the long handle a bit. So, these guys going out there, tell them 3 overs to go, score as much runs as they can. It's probably for them, they would think it's ideal scenario for them. So it's still possible, as we see Kotoy starts another over. Beautifully flighted delivery, pitched just about the line of middle stump, lefty right-handed batsman Tavernier, and Kotoy certainly has the confidence of the captain to be given these overs at the death, when we know that the batsman will be looking to maximize those overs.
Yeah, I think it's a good change in bowling too by the captain in bringing in Kotoy, who can use his variations and his leg spin to really pick up probably a couple of wickets or slow the flow of the runs, inviting the batsman to take those big extra drives. Well bowled.
Yes, quite experienced campaigner, and he certainly would have one up against his countryman Dylan Douglas, who will be certainly looking to see if he can have the bragging rights against Kotoy, and he looks to pull one he thought might have been shot, but all he was able to do is to get it outside on the upper top half of the bat, and it looped to John L. Eugene there in short third man. So Kotoy, he wins the bragging rights of the battle between the Vincentians compatriots. Dylan Douglas goes for 15, and it's another wicket down, 228 for 6. Kotoy would be quite pleased with this delivery, just about a little short for a spinner's length, but Dylan Douglas in no position to play the shot that he was attempting. Really easy soft catches that John L. Eugene can wish for in short third man, and it's another wicket down, and the comeback from the Volcanoes green is certainly on here at the National Stadium.
Oh yes, definitely a big loss for the Volcano Orange team. Dylan going lost control of his bat actually on that shot. That one turned a little bit more than he expected, and got a top edge and was easily caught by Eugene.
Yeah, so that brings Asif Hooper, one of the development players, Asif Hooper from the island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. By trade a left arm spinner, but he certainly is no rabbit with the bat, and he can score some runs. So he'll be looking to see if he can turn the tides here in recent overs and get some runs on the board.
Okay. Well, it's two new batsmen at the crease, and would be interesting to see how they go about trying to get the total that they would have discussed in the dressing room.
And that one there just slided down the leg side from by Kotoy. So yeah. Nicely delivered there on the line of the leg stump. I'm not giving the batsman any space, because I think these batsmen are the lower end of the innings. So once you give them space, room, they will look to go after it, and bowling wicket to wicket certainly is the what is required now from Kotoy bowling to these lower order batsmen.
Yes, I think Kotoy is one of the most experienced bowler in the Volcano Greens lineup. And he has certainly proved that today. Very economical and worthy of that wicket.
Yeah, so it's the end of another over. 44 overs completed, 229 for 6. So we just have 6 overs left, and it's going to be Nicholas Redhead. He will continue. He's into his second spell. Previous over, he would have dismissed the set batsman, Kavim Hodge. And he'll be looking to make further inroads as the wicketkeeper batsman Taj Tavernier out of Dominica take strike.
Yeah, I think probably the Volcano Orange probably would look to see after probably the 45th over, where they might try to do something, take some chances and possibly try and get that 250, 260, 270 total. How they're going to do that, it's up to them, but I believe that they still have the capable batsmen there that can then definitely do that. It would take a real good push from the batsmen to really get that up at this point in time, but it's still gettable once they select their shots appropriately. But I think the Volcano Green team definitely pulled back tremendously, capturing that 6 wickets, total now 230. By then, with that total of 111 without loss, you would have think that the Volcano Orange would have probably gotten up to at least 240, 250, probably for 4 or somewhere like that with the wicket conditions. Yeah, but I think the Volcano Green team definitely bowled in the good areas and pulled back that total considerably.
Well, yes, the way earlier on Milius and Hodge was going, you was thinking close to 300, over 300, but 50 overs is a long period of time, so there can be many ups and downs over the 50 over duration, and I think so far the captain Ambrose, he'll be quite pleased with proceedings, and I think he'll be just telling his bowlers, let's see how we can restrict them to a low total as possible. 2 fresh batsmen at the crease, and it's just about tightening the screws and keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, just trying to think of where the batsmen can possibly get those runs. If they so far they're batting in their own space. If they give themselves a little bit room, they can probably get a couple over short cover and possibly just try and flick that one over short mid wicket.
Yes, it's quite controlled bowling. I should also say from the Volcano players. We saw Kotoy previously, an over where he mainly attacked the stumps, bowling wicket to wicket. The fast bowler Nicholas Redhead seems to be operating under the same guidelines. He's just looking to bowl the ball wicket to wicket to deny the lower order batsmen from Volcanoes Orange any room to swing, and so far it's been effective for the guys in green.
Oh yes, definitely. I think they have backed up their skipper pretty well in terms of what he expects from them and the field placement that he has given them to bowl to. I think might be an opportunity for the left-hander here to probably just step down a little bit. And now the field placement, that's is exactly what I was going to think about, coming up from that over, just to step down a little bit, because mid-off was up, and probably if he didn't get it straight down, he probably would have gotten over cover.
Yeah, so now it's mid-on is back, mid-off is back, and it's just one run down the ground there from Tavernier. So the long on and long of boundaries here are protected. You also have sweep on the offside and sweep on the onside. So it's the fielders are in the positions that the bowlers are bowling to, and I think the captain will feel happy knowing that you set a field and the bowlers are responding to that. Normally you'd find the captain would set one field expecting the bowlers to bowl a particular side of the wicket, and then the bowler would do totally opposite, and it really creates headache outside there for the captain. But so far, for the last 10 or so overs, it has been control. Ambrose has been in control of the proceedings. He has shuffled his bowlers, as we see. Another change, Sherman Lewis is back for his third spell, and he would be looking to really put the final screws in this innings. He started off not in the best manner. First over went for 20 runs, couple of no balls, and one was hit for 6, one was hit for 4. 20 of the first over. The second spell was very good. He left his field a bit after the second spell, but he's back now, looking to bowl the final 3 overs, and probably picking up another 2 or 3 wickets to say that overall it would have been a good day for him in the field.
Oh yes, definitely. The second over showed the sort of quality that you expect from a professional and a top West Indian fast bowler. And I think once he focuses on those good areas, on his body position, his height of delivery, and stuff, I think he would be set again to put himself back in contention in the eyes of the selectors.
Yeah, I think generally we say that cricket is a batsman's game, where most of the benefits and the advantages go to the batsman. But one of the things that the bowlers have is that you can bowl a bad over And you can always come back up later on in the inning and make amends. But sometimes as a batsman, you play one bad shot and that's the end of your day, right?
True.
So, Sherman, he didn't bowl the best off first over, but he certainly made amends in his subsequent overs. And he can feel a bit better with his performance. Unlike a batsman, one bad shot, first ball of the year gone, and that's it. As we see, he's attacking his stumps. He's shying behind the stumps. Is that a run-out opportunity? Umpire John Max agrees. Amber shied at the stumps. He missed. Emmanuel Stewart collected the ball. He made an attempt at the stumps, able to hit the stumps, and the batsman Asif Hooper, who was looking for a quick single, he's not able to make it back to his crease. So excellent cricket there from the Windwards Greens. One more wicket down, and it's Asif Hooper. He goes for one, as we see him in the middle of the pitch, stranded, and simply suffering out opportunities there for Emmanuel Stewart and the Volcanoes Greens. So Daryl Cyrus, he will replace Hooper, and it's certainly the Volcanoes Greens. They are in control of proceedings out in the middle.
Definitely was not a run on there. I'm not certain what Cooper saw or what he was thinking, but that ball went directly to Ambrose through short mid-wicket, and I think the pressure is on the batsman now to try and get runs, and probably thinking about getting those quick singles, but definitely was not a single on there. If it was a little bit left off Ambrose, who is a right-hander, then you would have said, okay, all right, we can take that chance because he has to turn now and then to send it in. But definitely was straight to Ambrose on his throwing arm, and that was definitely not a run on there. So that's bad judgment by Hooper.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where of the sort of pressure dot balls can create, because you've had Sherman Lewis bowling two deliveries just on the line of leg and middle and leg, and the batsmen were not able to get anything on, not get any runs off it. And here is an opportunity, just played towards the Amber is quite a good fielder there, shot in on the side, and he felt he could have scampered through for a single. The non-striker, rightly so, Taj Tavernier, he said no, there is no runs there, and Hooper was sort of left stranded in the middle of the park. As we see a big swing there from Tavernier, as we said, the batsmen at the lower end of the innings, they love to get that bit of room outside the off stump. The room was offered, but he was not able. He made a big shot, but he was not able to connect.
Yeah, Tavernier looks like that sort of batsman. Once he connects, he will go far. He's muscular, he's well built, strong upper body strength, and definitely if it's in the slot, it could go far. But so far, I think technique here now would play a key role in terms of getting those runs and how you get them.
Yeah. As we see a change, the fielder in mid-wicket, he goes back, and third man comes up into the circle to protect the leg side area. A quick single there, shies at the stump, he misses. An opportunity for an overthrow is granted, and the batsmen, they accept. So two more to Tavernier. He moves to 6, and the Volcanoes orange 234 for 7, 236 for 7 after 46 overs.
Yeah, another 4 overs to go. Cyrus in and bat, someone that can definitely play those square off the wickets. Even Yorkers would probably channel them down to third man. Plays late at the same time, and very still at the crease. It would be interesting to see him against Redhead, whether or not he would want to take on Redhead as a Grenada to Grenada competitor, and probably trying to get some runs, and he probably might have some confidence in that. And so let's see how he goes.
Well, it's not only Grenada to Grenada, because remember, these guys, they play a lot of cricket together. Both of them are from the Upsetters team in the St. George's League. They play for St. George's in the GCA tournament, and now they're competing against each other here at the Volcanoes Intra-Squad Challenge. So it's certainly an interesting little battle between them within the large context. Cyrus, no slouch with the bat, and he's known for his big hitting. Redhead would want to say, hey, youngster, I want to have that one up over you. And I think they're also two students of the Presentation Brothers College, so for our alma mater, so it's certainly players who know each other from quite a long period of time.
Yes, and one thing to carry is one thing we didn't talk about or discuss is in terms of the camaraderie among players, having the different territories, players coming together and at least gelling together, understanding each other, and that does well for Windward Island cricket and well for us as a body and cricket in a whole, to understand each other's culture and understand how they play, how they think, and helps players to develop.
Oh yes, I think we need to give kudos to Cricket West Indies and the Windward Islands Cricket Board for this initiative of the franchise system. Because now you have cricketers who are together basically year round. Because normally you would know in years gone by, representational teams on the Windward Islands, maybe a week or two before a tournament, they come together. They have a pre-tournament before that Windward tournament, and a team is selected and they go off the next week to play in the West Indies tournament. So here you have an opportunity that these guys can play year round, gelled and bond a bit better, as we see Cyrus looking to attack Redhead. I think he saw him coming quite early and he was able to dig that one in, and Cyrus had to swing and he wasn't able to connect. So smart bit of cricket there from Redhead. Saw the batsman approaching him, but just dug it in short, and Cyrus had to put in more effort.
Yeah, but right approach by Cyrus. I just think that he should have probably given himself some room and, like I said, aim for that over cover area, whether the ball is pitched up or whether the ball is shot, so he can hit. But this time goes on the onside, and gets four.
Yeah, so Cyrus, a boundary there for Cyrus. I think if it would have been the first boundary in quite a long period of time. So it just demonstrates the sort of control that the Volcanoes Green has on proceedings at the moment. Cyrus swinging to the area we would regard as cow corner quite successfully, also 2 bunks into the boundary, and he moves on to 5, and a total 240 for 7. Oh, that is you see the reason for that. During the delivery stride, his hand bunks
dislodged the stumps.
Yes. Which the delivery ballooned over the head of Cyrus, called rightly a no ball. So Redhead would have to go back to the top of his marks, provides an opportunity for a free hit, and Cyrus will certainly eyes would light up at the prospects of a free hit of the next delivery.
Sorry.
As you see, Ryan catches the ball over his shoulder. Cyrus looking to go to, the area would have suggested prior over extra cover, but this time he gets a peel off the outside edge of the bat. Balloons over the fielder, Ryan John there at short third man. He was able to run calmly back, complete the catch, but as we said, it's a free hit. So it's just 1 run to the Volcanoes Orange.
Yeah, right selection, but opened the face of the bat a little too much and got that edge. And I guess probably just the pace of the wicket at the same time too, not allowing them to really get in that area. So good captaincy at the same time, knowing that it's probably a difficult task to really get that shot on. And if you do get it, well then kudos to you as a batsman. So but it is an area where the batsman can capitalize and score some runs. And if they can do that successfully, they probably would get themselves in a good position. As it is, the bowlers are doing a good job for the captain. One thing that I have not noticed though is the bowlers using the crease at the same time, probably going a little wide. Redhead has been very, very centered and probably go a little closer to the stump to be a little straighter to the wicket, but not having used the wide crease as a Pollard would use, or some of the Indian bowlers would use, to really give yourself angles into the batsman or just wide of the crease, and to create that sort of variation for yourself, and to create difficulty for the batsman to hit.
Lewis continues from the northern end. 1 outside the off stump, flash there by Tavernet, peel off the outside edge and crosses the third man boundary. The ball wins the battle. The ball would probably won maybe a slower ball outside the line of the off stump. He was defeated there by the pace or lack of pace of the delivery, and he was quite fortunate to get a big thick outside edge balloon over the short third man fielder. So 4 more to Tavernier, he moves to 11. And the Volcanoes Orange, they inches closer to 50 to 47 for 7.
Yeah, anyhow you can get it at this point in time. Throw your kitchen sink at it and peels off the edge, goes for 4. Anything that you get boundary on would be pretty well.
Yeah, they're calling for 2 and they're coming through, but no. Bishop, he's onto that one quickly, restricting the possibility of a second run. So good bit of alertness there in the field from Teddy Bishop, keeping the batsmen to 1. And that means Daryl Lewis, he'll be coming up against Shaman Lewis. Daryl Cyrus against Shaman Lewis.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what Daryl Cyrus would do against Lewis. And Lewis has some tricks up his sleeve as well. Not a slower ball.
Oh yes, quite a slow delivery come through for the bye, and they're able to complete it. And Lewis certainly shows that he's not only just running in and pitch the ball in using pace, but he's certainly taking pace off. And nowadays in any form of cricket, the opportunity to vary the pace, the length and so forth is very important, because batsmen at the lower end, they're waiting for the ball with pace on it. And if you take the pace off and you they're forced then to generate some pace, as we see Tavernier lofts that one over extra cover and picks up two more runs to his team. So the 250 mark has been reached, 251 for 7. 14 deliveries left. A runner ball 265. I'm thinking they'll say, can we get another 10 or so to make it 275? And they'll be pleased with that effort.
Yes, most definitely. And not just bowling the slow ball, but in the area. In the area that you want it, just outside your stump, having the batsman to stretch, and not to get any power off the shot. So it's not just bowling the slower ball, but there's the technique and the area in where you want to bowl that slower delivery, because just bowling a slower ball wouldn't do you much if it isn't disguised properly or if it's in the right position. So bowling a slower ball, yes, but it has to be executed properly.
Yeah, as we saw that previous delivery there, Tavernier looking to play the ram shot, but he was sort of, it didn't come off, to put it lightly. He would certainly want to use the opportunity in the nets to perfect the shot. As Cyrus, he slips in coming back for a second. So it's just one more, and we see Lewis, he's down on his haunches. He was probably a bit unwell earlier on in the inning, and it's left to be seen whether he would be able to bowl a final over. It's the end of the over. 48 overs completed. And 253 for 7. Final 2 overs. As you would say in local cricket, it's happy hour time.
Oh yes, definitely. And I think Tavernier and Daryl Cyrus would love this opportunity as lower end batsmen to free their arms and see if they can tee off a couple into the stands. It would be love as a batsman batting in the lower order. It would be very, very happy once you can tee off and see one sail into the stands from any angle of the wicket. But the bowlers would definitely have different thoughts in their mind to restrict them from doing that.
Oh, again, very good delivery there from Nicholas Redhead. He's certainly a bowler who is keen on what is happening in the middle. He saw Cyrus charging towards him, and no fast bowler, I don't think, likes to see a batsman coming towards them. They're thinking that they're bowling out with good clips, and you're trying to diminish my attempts and charge me. But this time, instead of digging it short, he was able to bowl a full pitch delivery, which Cyrus was able to play towards the onside. So very good effort there from Redhead. And he follows it up with us, and that is good length delivery, slower, took the pace off it. So Redhead is certainly pulling out the bags of tricks that he has available to him.
Yes, using the condition of the wicket really well. And I think Tavernier is pulling away a bit. If he's going, is either one that he probably could get into the wicket. If he's strong on the leg side, goes into the wicket and try and muscle it over the onside. If you're a strong player off the offside, then you want to give yourself some room. Just as I said, went in clubbers it over, and that's the idea. That's the thought that you would want to put in. Get yourself in outside your stump if you're a strong onside the player. Get yourself in a position where you can really club at this stage of the game and have the bowler to think twice. Now, for Redhead, what would I do? Would I come full outside the off stump on the line, or should I go Yorker into his boots? Know that I've seen him go across the off stump.
Yeah, I think Redhead erred with the length of the delivery there, because at this stage of the innings, to any type of batsman, you would not want to be bowling length deliveries with pace. Well, if you bowl it length, you would want to take off the pace, but it was just a full delivery shot of a length on the line of the middle stump. And once the batsman saw it was a normal pace delivery, he saw it an opportunity to score runs, and he took full advantage of it. So Redhead is, as you said, either at this stage is full and straight, or you take pace off it. You get one pull in because the inner portion of the bat trickles down to the fielder there, short fine leg, and probably Tavernier would think a missed opportunity to get some more runs.
Yeah, and like I said, right now with the ball being soft, a little bit of the wicket holding up, I think the best option is to really take your onside. Go with that. If you don't time it, then you don't time it. But right now, I think they should really think of hitting that. Good shot by Cyrus, but really think of hitting that and carving it over between mid-on and mid-wicket area. And he's out. Cyrus is out.
Coming back for a
brilliant
to
throw
get strike
from the deep.
John L. Eugene
wow.
From deep. I would say extra cover region close to the boundary. He direct hit from the boundary. Excellent bit of fielding there from the youngster. Cyrus thought that he could have sneaked through and get a third, but certainly excellent attempt there from John L. Eugene to pick up the wicket. Cyrus, he goes for 9, and it's 263 for 8.
Yeah, that's brilliant feeling. Brilliant feeling. After a couple of errors earlier in the day by Eugene, it's a brilliant feeling. Straight hit. Don't think that he intended it though, but it gets him a wicket and his team a wicket, and got rid of a dangerous Cyrus.
Yeah, so that brings Ray Jordan, the speedster from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, one of the development players here in the intra-squad battle. He would be out there for the final over, and probably not what the team would like. He has strike because Cyrus was looking to get back on strike at the start of the final over. It means Shaman Lewis has the opportunity to bowl as much deliveries as possible to Ray Jordan in the final over. 263 for 8. Again, 7 shot off 270, 12 shot off 275, which I think would be what they would have in mind at this stage.
Yeah, but don't count Ray Jordan out at any time. I've seen him bat before, and he's definitely able of getting you a couple boundaries, and he backs himself at the same time. Very strong-minded person, and you can see he walks in a military way and bowls in a military way. So that says a lot of your mindset and how you deport yourself.
Oh yeah, certainly no rabbit with a bat, but fresh batsman out there. I'm sure that's what the Volcano Greens would like at this stage. And that one carved over backward point. Delivery with a bit of pace sticking off it, and they were able to cross for 2. So 2 more runs to the total, 265 for 8. And Troy, I think generally in this modern form of cricket, all bowlers, whether they're number 11 or number 12 or number 10, well, number 11, because we play with 11 players most times, they consider themselves to be competent batsmen.
Yeah, even before the modern time, you would think that the fast bowlers always believe that they can bat.
Yeah,
even Walsh believes that he's capable.
As we see Jordan, he looking to slow again delivery, pace taken off it by Shaman Lewis. And Jordan into the shot thinking that he can clear Ryan John, but Ryan John, simplest of catches, he had to move off the boundary about 10 or so yards to complete the catch. Wicket number 9 goes down. Jordan, his stay at the crease is short, and it brings the number 11 batsman to the wicket. That would be Obed McCoy. Vincentian replacing Vincentian in the middle.
Yeah, like I said, Kerry, I think the batsman missed this in terms of where you want to attack. And I think if Ray Jordan tried to go straight down the ground for slow ball, well executed by Schumann, but at the same time, the pitch not giving you that support and coming onto the bat as you would want with the ball, I still think that they back your arm and go hard at that cow corner area. And if you can execute that with the next 4 balls, you possibly can get some runs off it.
So we have the situation where Windwards Volcanoes, they're in the position of 266 for 9 in over number 50 after being 118 without loss to 266 for 9. The innings certainly didn't progress in the manner in which they would have anticipated.
Oh yes, definitely. But I still believe that 270, 275 total is a good defendable total on this wicket. It's kind of dried out. It'd be difficult to score freely in the innings of the Volcano Greens, but that would depend heavily on how the Volcano Orange bowlers bowl.
Yeah, 3 deliveries to go, 266 for 9. That's a beautiful shot. Is he able to clear the fielder at long on? He's able to do so. So that's 6 runs to McCoy. Larry Edwards was lining up himself under it to take the catch, but I think the ball just kept going and going and going. And McCoy, he just got enough on it to clear the fielder there. So the big fast bowler will be feeling quite happy to hit a big touring 6 off his fast bowling compatriot.
Oh yes, definitely. Really thought that one was skied up in the air and would have been caught easily, but had enough on it. Tall guy, so I guess his height and reach would have given him the benefit of pushing that one just over the ropes for 6, and a well-deserved boundary at the same time for the Volcano Orange, pushing them over that 270 with 1 delivery left. Sherman would definitely want to keep it at that.
Yeah, 1 delivery left in the inning. Sherman Lewis, nicely pitched delivery. They'll be coming back for 2 no eyes. Larry Edwards with the return, and we have a situation that 2 batsmen are in the same end. Sherman Lewis dislodged the bails at his end, the bowler's end, but the 2 batsmen were at that crease, so he just had to turn around and lob the ball to Emmanuel Stewart to effect the run out from the other end. So it's 274 all out in exactly 50 overs. That means that the Volcanoes Green, they would need 275 to win the intra-squad battle here at the National Stadium. It has been an entertaining session, and we are going to take a short break. We're going to have some refreshments, and we're going to be back shortly with the resumption of action when a talented batting lineup featuring the likes of Sunil Ambris, Emmanuel Stewart, John L. Eugene, Teddy Bishop, Jamal James, Larry Edwards, and the rest, they'll be looking to score 275 for victory. So from now, we hope that you have enjoyed the morning session. We invite you to join us in just about 30 minutes for the resumption of play in the Windwards Volcanoes intra-squad battle here at the National Stadium.